Chapter 56. Outside of Cloud City, Gu Fei had been wandering for an hour. After some thought, Gu Fei calculated that his PK value should be 15 points. As Brother Yu said, he would need to be online for 30 hours to clear it. During these 30 hours, he couldn't be caught by players who accepted the quest, or else he would have to go back to jail for another 15 hours. He emphasized that this would be a completely idle 15 hours. Since it was a holographic MMORPG, players couldn't just hang up and watch a movie, so Gu Fei insisted on wandering in the wild. Gu Fei killed monsters along the way. Since he kept moving, he hadn't encountered any danger yet. There was only one time he heard voices in the distance, but for some reason, that group of people seemed to be fighting. It was probably two groups of enemies, so they didn't care about Gu Fei and donated themselves to the wanted list. But as time passed, Gu Fei gradually felt the pressure. Previously, a considerable number of players thought that Gu Fei would turn himself in, so they stayed in the wanted quest hall to wait for him. So there weren't many players hunting for Gu Fei. But after more than an hour, 27149 was still at the top of the list, and many people began to take action. A large number of guilds and mercenary groups began to officially participate in the hunt for Gu Fei, and a large number of players rushed to the same coordinates. Among them, the most influential was still the #1 guild in Cloud City, Unhindered World. The three core players, Unsworn Sword, Wind Star, and Reflection of Years, brought a large number of people to the outside of the city. A few minutes ago, Gu Fei had just disappeared from the coordinates, and the surroundings were full of players, searching in a certain direction. It's annoying to have so many people. Even if you can leave a trace, it's completely destroyed. Reflection of Years glanced at the busy players with disgust. How do we start? Unsworn Sword asked. Let's say he's a level 30 mage, his agility should be 30 plus 30 times 5, a total of 180 points. In addition, according to the forum, his equipment has Eddie's emblem, which adds 6 points to agility, a total of 186 points. Since the agility growth of a mage was not buffed or weakened, his maximum movement speed was 6.2 meters per second. Coupled with the light boots that could increase his movement speed by 5%, his final speed was 6.51 meters per second. If he ran at full speed to the next coordinate, then the next coordinate should be 1,953 meters away from here. The human eye can distinguish a distance of about 2,000 meters, so as long as our line of sight is not obstructed, we can basically see him, Reflection of Years said. Then what now? Now. His coordinates are refreshed in 3 minutes and 47 seconds, and he's at most 77 meters away from here. Everyone, look in a direction where your line of sight won't be obstructed. Do you see anyone running? Everyone immediately began to look around. No. So the only route he chose is the Cloud Mist Forest or the Black Dragon Mountain Range. Time's Reflection pointed at the two areas in front of him. Then what do we do? Unsworn Sword asked. You guys can disband now, Reflection of Years said. What? Actually, he doesn't need to run at all. With his speed, most people can see him but can't catch up. Next, anyone who adds all their points to agility, follow me. Time's Reflection said. A few people stood out from the crowd. They were either thieves or archers. Oh, I forgot to say, they must be level 30, Time's Reflection said. Immediately, 2 more people left. Archers with more than 150 agility are also fine, Time's Reflection shouted. One person raised his hand and stood in the line. Time's Reflection looked at the 3 archers and 2 thieves in front of him and nodded. If we can catch this masked killer, it can only be our team. Let's go. Damn, we're done. Feng Xing was dumbfounded as he watched the 6 people quickly run towards Black Dragon Mountain. Time's Reflection is right. If that mage just keeps running, there's nothing we can do. Unsworn Sword touched his heavy armor. No, I can't take this lying down. I'll go take a look. Maybe I'll be lucky enough to step on him. Feng Xing clenched his fist and ran alone. Everyone, don't disperse. Unsworn Sword turned around and said to the other gang members, since we've already accepted the quest, let's split into groups of 5 and find a place to level up. If you see 27149, don't expose yourself. Just pretend you don't know. Call someone and surround him in the dark. Do you understand? Everyone nodded and dispersed. Time's reflection led the 5 people running towards the side of the mountain. On the way, the coordinates refreshed again. They were indeed on Black Dragon Mountain. We're faster than him. As long as we don't get the wrong direction, we'll catch up to him soon, Time's reflection said. The others nodded. The archer with 150 points of agility was already a few meters behind the 5 people in front. It seems like we don't need to bring him. The 4 people in front of them discussed. Time's reflection smiled and said, one more person is always an extra bit of strength. Although he's a bit slower than us, he's still a match for that mage. He then turned around and waved at the archer. Follow me. The archer nodded. They quickly arrived at the newly refreshed coordinates. This was a fork in the mountain. Turning left would lead to Black Dragon Cave, and continuing straight would lead them to Black Dragon Mountain Range. No one knew where it would lead to. Which way? If he goes straight, then it'll be fine. If he goes straight, we'll catch up to him sooner or later. I don't think he'll choose this kind of less flexible path. He'll probably go to Black Dragon Cave. We'll go to Black Dragon Cave first. If the coordinates aren't right, we'll turn back and chase after him. Anyway, there are only 2 paths, Time's reflection said. What if he turns back? Someone said. Then he'll run into other people chasing after the coordinates. He can't be that stupid, right? The coordinates refreshed every 5 minutes, and he still dares to turn back. Time's reflection laughed. Let's go. Hurry up. They turned left and rushed to the road leading to Black Dragon Cave. They chased all the way to the entrance of the cave, but there was still no trace of Gu Fei. Time's reflection looked at the time and said lightly, if we're not going the wrong way, then he must have entered the cave. Black Dragon Cave's terrain is complex. It's a good choice to hide here and deal with the pursuers. He can also farm monsters and level up. However, he still underestimated the number of players chasing him. The players chasing him now are enough to easily massacre the entire Black Dragon Cave. If he goes in now, isn't it a dead end? Time's reflection said this, but his face was worried. It's just that this way, our team's speed advantage won't be of use. Then what do we do? Wait for the main group, someone asked. Of course not. It wasn't easy for us to get such a big lead. Enter the cave. Time's reflection waved his hand, and they went into the cave. After moving forward for a while, the new coordinates refreshed again. Time's reflection looked at it and suddenly laughed. Brilliant. I only now understand this guy's intentions. What? Someone next to him asked. If we hadn't entered Black Dragon Cave one step ahead and followed the coordinates he left, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to find this guy again, Time's reflection said. Why? Inside the game cave and outside the cave belong to 2 different maps. Each has its own coordinates, but when the coordinates were displayed, they weren't marked. It should be considered a mistake. Those who are still outside the cave, look at these coordinates and search all over Black Dragon Mountain. I guarantee that they won't find anything. Time's reflection laughed. This guy must have let his guard down. Everyone, hurry up. Time's reflection said. The 6 people began to walk towards the depths of the cave according to the coordinates that had just refreshed. Taking a step further, he discovered that most of the monsters along the way had already been cleared by Gu Fei. Time's reflection was overjoyed. As expected, he's acting like nothing happened and started to farm monsters to level up. It won't be long before we catch up. Everyone, get ready for battle. Hee, isn't it the same as pointing out a path for us by clearing monsters so cleanly? After the 6 people caught up to the coordinates that Gu Fei had left, they continued in the direction of clearing monsters. At this time, the coordinates refreshed again. Time's reflection looked at it and was stunned. What's wrong? Hurry up and continue moving. These coordinates aren't right. Time's reflection said. What's wrong? These coordinates are too far from the previous one. There are still traces of him killing monsters along the way. How could he have gone so far while clearing monsters? Time's reflection said. Then what's going on? There's another floor in Black Dragon Cave. Time's reflection said. Really? How do we go? Everyone asked. These guys had never come here to level up. I don't know. I've never heard of it. Time's reflection frowned. Let's go along the path first. There shouldn't be any mistake with the traces he left behind, right? Someone suggested. The corpses of the monsters on the ground undoubtedly pointed out the direction in which Gu Fei was heading. That's the only way. Time's reflection led everyone forward until they completely lost track of him. Could it be that the passage to the other floor is nearby? Everyone look around. Time's reflection said. Everyone scattered in all directions. One person quickly found something and shouted excitedly, "There's a secret passage here." What? Time's reflection, who was searching in another direction, immediately rushed over. Opening the iron plate, there was a passage that was as tall as a person. Thief, lurk down and take a look. Time's reflection instructed. A thief lurked down the passage and sent a message a moment later, "That's right. These are the coordinates from just now. It's here. This guy went from here. Hurry up and chase." Time's reflection jumped down the passage, and the others followed one after another. Ah! When it was the last person's turn, there was a sudden scream. What's going on? The people in the tunnel were shocked. What answered them was a heavy iron plate covering the ground. Not good. The 5 people in the cave were shocked and rushed to the entrance. Sure enough, the exit had been covered again. When they pushed hard, they could feel that it was locked. We've been tricked. Time's reflection was dumbfounded. Chapter 57. The reflection of years only knew that he had been tricked, but he couldn't figure out when it started. Did the other party enter the Black Dragon Cave and discover that there were pursuers behind him, so he came up with this ruse? Or did he intentionally lead them in this direction from the beginning? Can't push it open? The reflection of years asked. The thief who had already given up on trying nodded his head sadly. Who didn't come in? The reflection of years looked at the 4 people in the cave. Yutian. Yutian didn't come in, one person replied. Looks like he was killed by the other party's sneak attack. The reflection of years sighed deeply. He already has 15 PK points, and he's still killing people. One person was surprised. He already has 15 points, so he doesn't care if it's one more or one less point. The reflection of years said. That's not right. Yutian is still level 30 in the guild. He didn't die. One person had a new discovery. Quick, message him. A few people shouted. I'm not dead yet. He slashed me once, locked this iron plate, and ran away. Yutian Shinming replied. Lock? Yeah, there's a lock at the entrance of the tunnel. He locked it. How do we open it? Yutian Shinming asked. That guy can open this secret tunnel. He has the key. Hurry and call people to chase him. The reflection of years shouted. At the same time, he frantically spread the news that Gu Fei was in the Black Dragon Cave in the guild channel. At this time, Gu Fei and Yutian Shinming had already walked out of the Black Dragon Cave side by side. Your last, wasn't good. Gu Fei said. Really? I also felt that I wanted to laugh too much at that time. My, almost turned into a ha. Do you think it's easy for me? Yutian Shinming said. The two quickly walked down the mountain road, and a few figures appeared at the intersection ahead. How was it? Brother Yu greeted them and asked. Of course it was okay. Yu Tianxinming was immensely proud of himself. That reflection year's brat wants to play with me. He's still far from it. The Han family young master sneered and turned to question Gu Fei with a dark face. Why didn't you follow the coordinates I set? Nonsense. The coordinates you set up are either a big pit or a stone spike. Is that even a place to stand? Are you trying to kill me on purpose? Gu Fei retorted. Okay, there's no more time. Let's move on to the next step. Sword Demon said. At the mention of the next step, Gu Fei's eyes became a little teary. Can we not go? No, we have to go. Han family young master said firmly. Hey, are you trying to mess with me again? Gu Fei expressed his suspicion. Han family young master said coldly, this is definitely the best plan. Once you get rid of those who are following you closely, you can just follow this path and run along the Black Dragon Mountain range. No one will be able to catch up to you. How long until the coordinates refresh? Brother Yu asked. 9 seconds. Gu Fei said. Let's go. Brother Yu patted him. Good luck. Sword Demon came up and patted him. You can do it. Yu Tianxinming came up and patted him. Unscathed in battle didn't say anything, but nodded his head vigorously. Get lost. Han family young master looked annoyed when he saw Gu Fei. Let's go. When Gu Fei saw the new coordinates, he immediately turned around and ran. We won't meet anyone on the way, right? Yu Tianxinming mumbled. Absolutely not. Han family young master said confidently, according to the last coordinates he left in the Black Dragon Mountain cave, those who are looking for him are all on the other side of the Black Dragon Mountain range. If they want to reach our location now, it will take them at least 10 minutes. That's not right. Yu Tianxinming suddenly shouted, why do they need 10 minutes? Qianli will refresh the coordinates in 5 minutes. And, after running for 5 minutes, they will find the new coordinates, so they will rush to the new coordinates. It will take them 12 minutes. Han family young master said. Yu Tianxinming was dumbfounded, then what about the third coordinate? Han family young master said with a painful expression, if they don't insist on reaching the second coordinate and change their route after receiving the third coordinate, they will find that they have nowhere to go after 4 minutes, then they can only turn back. But at this time, Qianli will refresh the coordinates for the 4th time. That's right. Han family young master nodded, but they still have to return to the second coordinate before they can continue the chase. How much time has been wasted? Even I can't keep track of it. I deeply admire them for continuing the chase at this point. That's terrible. Yu Tianxinming sighed. There's something worse. Han family young master raised his thumb and pointed behind him without turning his head. Those guys took these coordinates and went to the Black Dragon Mountain range to search. Oh God, you won't blame me for going too far, right? They turned back and saw that Reigning the Four Seas had gathered a large group of people and were rushing here along the mountain road under the leadership of Sword of No Oath. Oh, I still need to bring them to save the reflection of time in the secret passage. Yu Tianxinming suddenly remembered. Do you have the key? Brother Yu asked. No. Yu Tianxinming said. Where's the key? Everyone asked. In the secret passage. Yu Tianxinming replied. In the secret passage? Everyone was puzzled. Yes, Qianli said he threw it in the secret passage. Yu Tianxinming said. Then how are we going to save them? Only the honest sword demon was still thinking about this problem. I don't know. I just wanted to ask. I don't think I can remember how to get to the secret passage. Yu Tianxinming said and waved at the four. I'm going. Saying that, he turned and rushed down the mountain road, shouting as he ran, Boss. Not good, the reflection and the others are trapped in the tunnel. Let's go too. The four began to go down the mountain road. Where does that path lead to? Brother Yu asked. When Qianli comes back, you'll know. Han family young master said lightly. Can Qianli stand it if he doesn't go offline for 30 hours? I think he usually plays for 3 to 4 hours. Brother Yu said. That's his problem. Han family young master said. There shouldn't be a problem. Brother Yu said. No problem. Sword Demon said with certainty. Yes. Unscathed in battle nodded. Before Qianli comes back, the mercenary group won't take on any missions. Everyone go do your own things. Han family young master waved his hand. At this time, Gu Fei was walking quickly in the Black Dragon Mountain range. The mountain road was very wide. On the left was a mountain wall and on the right was a cliff. The road in front and behind him was hidden in a cloud and fog. There were no monsters to kill along the way. This road was very boring. Gu Fei could only speed up and hope that a leveling area would appear in front of him. An hour later, there was news from Cloud City. Players returned to Cloud City in groups and announced that they had given up on the hunting mission. Many people also suffered from temporary sequelae. Whenever they heard the location indicated by numbers, they would immediately go into a state of dementia. Those with serious symptoms would go crazy when they heard Table 7 or Table 8 in the tavern. What was even worse was that even after searching the 4 seas and turning the Black Dragon Cave upside down, they still could not find a trace of Gu Fei. The entire guild was at a loss when faced with a rusty lock. Trapped in the tunnel, reflected years, and the 4 full agility warriors finally decided to find the other end of the unknown path. In the end, they found the bedroom of the bandit boss, Suotu. The most depressing thing was that while reflected years and the 4 full agility warriors were sent back to the living area by Suotu, Unsworn Sword announced in the guild channel, the small blue monster guarding the entrance of the secret tunnel has spawned and has been successfully dealt with. The key has been obtained. The tunnel will be opened immediately. And the small group of people searching for Gu Fei in the depths of the Black Dragon Cave were extinguished by the minions who heard Suotu's whistle. When Reigning Years and the 4 full agility warriors came out of the Black Dragon Cave, they were covered in wounds, both physically and mentally. Walking on the lonely mountain road, Gu Fei relied on the messages sent by the mercenaries to kill time. Suddenly, he saw a figure in the clouds in front of him. We've been walking for so long. Finally met a monster. Gu Fei was excited. He stretched his arms and legs, pulled out the fire baptism from his pocket and rushed forward. As the distance closed, Gu Fei gradually saw it more clearly. He didn't recognize the person, but the sack on the person's back was unexpectedly familiar. After further analysis, Gu Fei took off the black cloth covering his face. Little Rain? Gu Fei called out tentatively. The sack warrior turned around. Who else could it be but Little Rain? Qianli. Little Rain was also very surprised. What are you doing here? Doing a quest? Yes, a quest, a quest. Gu Fei nodded while wiping his sweat. He was still thinking about how to answer Little Rain when she asked him why he was here. He didn't expect the girl to help him think of an answer. Oh, are you going to Luminous Village? Little Rain asked. Yes. Gu Fei replied casually, but in his heart, he was wondering what kind of place this was. That's great, me too. Little Rain said. Really? That's great. Gu Fei said. Let's go together. Little Rain said. Of course. Gu Fei replied. What quest are you doing? Little Rain asked. Oh, Eddie's quest. Gu Fei replied casually. What quest is that? Little Rain asked. It's a chain quest. Gu Fei replied. A chain quest. Little Rain exclaimed. You received a chain quest. Yes. I received it by chance. Gu Fei said. I'll help you. Little Rain said. This. I don't know how to continue. I'm just going to give it a try. Gu Fei said. Of course, it's a chain quest. It's not that easy to complete. But don't worry, with my help, you'll definitely succeed. I'm a quest expert. Little Rain said while patting her chest. Chapter 58. Since Xiao Yu claimed to be a mission expert, Gu Fei simply asked her for advice. Do you know what Eddie's mission is? This is a chain of missions. It's different every time. How would I know? You're so stupid. Xiao Yu said. Gu Fei felt wronged. He was actually called stupid by this silly girl. Was there anything more wronged in this world? But I know a mission called Trapped Eddie. I don't know if it has anything to do with you. Xiao Yu said. Tell me. Gu Fei said. The wandering warrior Eddie was attacked by bandits when he passed by Black Dragon Mountain. He was imprisoned by the bandit leader Suatu. Find a way to save him. Xiao Yu recited. Oh. You took this mission? Gu Fei said. No, I've heard people talk about it, but no one has completed it because they don't know where Eddie is locked up. Xiao Yu said. He's in Suatu's house. Gu Fei blurted out. How do you know? Xiao Yu asked. The Eddie in my mission is the one you're talking about. How could I not know where he is? Gu Fei said. Oh. Information, I have to write it down quickly. Xiao Yu suddenly threw the sack on the ground and took out a small notebook and a quill from her pocket. Gu Fei moved closer to take a look. Xiao Yu was writing in the notebook, Eddie is in Suatu's house. Ah. Suatu's house, is that his bedroom? Xiao Yu suddenly turned her head and asked Gu Fei. This. Probably. Gu Fei replied. Why would he lock Eddie in his own bedroom? Xiao Yu thought, could it be that there is a secret between them? Oh, it's possible. Gu Fei said. Brokeback Mountain. Xiao Yu said. Maybe. Do you think so too? Xiao Yu was very happy. Gu Fei was speechless. Then he saw Xiao Yu seriously write another line behind Eddie's information, an affair with Suatu. Okay. Let's keep going. After Xiao Yu finished writing, she put away her pen and paper and picked up the sack. What's in the sack? Gu Fei patted it. Food, Xiao Yu said. Food? Gu Fei was confused. I don't know how long it will take to reach Luminous Village. I was afraid that I would get hungry on the way, so I brought some food. Xiao Yu said. Staying in the game for more than 10 hours without logging off would indeed make one feel hungry, but this hunger was definitely a real feeling. It was caused by not eating for more than 10 hours in the game. Eating in the game wouldn't solve any problems. The food in the game could restore HP or stamina while it was still. Taking a step back, even if it was useful, there was no need to fill a sack. With a sack of food, Gu Fei reckoned that it would be enough to last him through the long journey. He didn't believe that the Luminous Village was as far as 25,000 Xinli. It's not just food. And water. Are you thirsty? After Xiao Yu heard Gu Fei's question, she immediately responded. She put down the sack and wanted to fetch water for Gu Fei. No need, I'm not thirsty. Gu Fei hurriedly stopped her. The two walked for another hour in the blink of an eye, and the few sentences they could talk about were all used up. Talking to Xiao Yu was more tiring. For example, telling a joke required 3 minutes of time for her to react. In these 3 minutes, Gu Fei had already forgotten the meaning of telling a joke. In turn, the jokes Xiao Yu told to Gu Fei were the kind of things that Gu Fei didn't think were worth laughing at. For example, I have a friend who walked into a tree one day, ha 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 ha, Xiao Yu laughed so hard that the sky fell and the earth cracked. Gu Fei could only force a smile to the side. But no matter what, when there was a companion beside him, no matter how long the journey was, he wouldn't feel too tired. Because when he saw someone beside him doing the same thing, he would know that no matter how stupid it was, he wasn't the only idiot. This was a kind of comfort. Under the perseverance of the two, the Black Dragon mountain range was finally left behind. In front of him, a large plain, wasteland, hills, and forest appeared like the outside of Cloud City. Gu Fei looked at the time. It took them 3 hours to cross the Black Dragon mountain range. Of course, after discovering that no one would be chasing behind him, and with Xiao Yu by his side, Gu Fei was no longer running like crazy. The two were walking at a uniform speed in a straight line. What made Gu Fei even more gratified was that there were finally NPC monsters in front of him. In the plan with the Han family young master and the others, Gu Fei was arranged to run to such a remote place with monsters for 30 hours. After clearing his PK points, he would return to Cloud City. He originally thought that there would be monsters in the Black Dragon mountain range, but who knew that there would only be clouds and fog along the way. In this misty environment, there was a girl by his side, but unfortunately, this girl called him brother, so he couldn't find that kind of romantic beauty. So, thinking back on these 3 hours, it would be a crime to say that it was a waste. Gu Fei's hands were already itching, so he rushed up and pulled out a knife to stab the monster. The monster was instantly killed. With Gu Fei's attack power, without any enchantments, the monster was instantly killed. It was obvious what level the monster was. That's not right. Gu Fei muttered to himself. According to the basic thinking of online games, the further away from a big city like Cloud City, the higher the leveling area. He spent 3 hours to cross the Black Dragon mountain range, but in the end, he ended up in this kind of place. This was too sad. The monsters' levels here are so low. Gu Fei said to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu didn't seem to hear Gu Fei's words. She gazed into the distance and muttered, "Where is Luminous Village? Do you know?" Xiao Yu turned her head to ask Gu Fei. I'll help you ask. Gu Fei was impressed by her courage to spend 3 hours crossing the Black Dragon mountain range without knowing where she was going, so he decided to help her ask. Gu Fei opened up his friends list. There was an information king here that was even more of an information king than Brother Yu, Heng Xiao. Are you there? I want to ask you something. Gu Fei said. I'm a self-disciplined gamer. Heng Xiao said. Automatic reply. Gu Fei asked. No, then why do you say this every time? Gu Fei said. Because you know my true identity. Heng Xiao said. That's because you exposed yourself. Then shouldn't you be silenced? What do you want to ask? If I can tell you, I'll tell you. Heng Xiao said. Oh, I want to ask you how to get to Luminous Village. I'm just pointing the way. There's nothing you can't say, right? Gu Fei said. Yo, you found a clue to your quest chain. Heng Xiao said. What? What clue? Gu Fei was confused. I didn't say anything. Heng Xiao said. How to get to Luminous Village? You can't even say that. That's a bit far. First, you have to cross the Black Dragon mountain range. Heng Xiao replied. I've already crossed it. Ah, it must have been hard on you to run that far. Heng Xiao said. What should I do next? Gu Fei asked. Next. I'll know when I see someone. The players over there should know. Heng Xiao said. Players? Are there players here? Gu Fei looked around. There was no one. You just crossed the mountain range, right? That place is still quite far from the main city. If you continue northwest, you'll reach the main city, Moonlit City. The players here should know how to get to Luminous Village. Heng Xiao said. It's so far from the main city, but why are the monsters' levels so low? Gu Fei asked. Embellishment, it's all embellishment. Who would come here for no reason? Heng Xiao said. Alright, thank you. Gu Fei said. No problem. However, there's something I want to remind you of. Hong Chen-Yixiao said. What? Gu Fei asked. The bounty quest is a server-wide bounty. In other words, Moonlit City's players can also see 27149 on the bounty quest board. However, because you'll be marked as a player from Cloud City, no one should be able to claim it. However, I can't guarantee that, right? So be careful. Hong Chen-Yixiao said. Isn't this against the rules? Gu Fei said. This isn't against the rules. Anyone who has seriously looked at the bounty quest description would know. Just think of me as a serious player. Hong Chen-Yixiao said. Thanks. When we get back to Cloud City, I'll treat you to a drink. Gu Fei said. You're welcome. That's enough, I'm in a hurry. Gu Fei closed the chat window. Fuck, I spilled the beans. Hong Chen-Yixiao, who was in Cloud City, muttered to himself. He hadn't stopped paying attention to Gu Fei. Yesterday's scene of Qianli chasing after Non-Smiler in a drunken stupor had made his blood boil. In addition, he had been paying attention to the progress of Gu Fei's quest chain. The quest chain was one of the highlights of the parallel world. From the design to the arrangement to the synthesis, who knew how many brain cells the designer had used? It was the proud work of Hong Chen-Yixiao's design team. Even they themselves were excited every time they thought of the possible plots in the quest chain. After knowing that Gu Fei had received a quest chain, Hong Chen-Yixiao immediately looked through the data and memorized the randomly generated quest chain. However, the true owner of the quest chain, Gu Fei, didn't do anything about it. It felt as if he had created a perfect piece of art that no one could appreciate. This made Hong Chen-Yixiao anxious. When he heard Gu Fei ask about Luminous Village, he immediately thought that Gu Fei had found a clue. But that wasn't the case at all. His mouth was too quick and he gave the information to him. When he thought about it now, he was depressed. He could only hope that Gu Fei didn't notice. But how could Gu Fei not notice? He was thinking about what he said as he walked towards Moonlit Night City with Xiao Yu. Chapter 59. As soon as Gu Fei mentioned Luminous Village, Hong Chen-Yixiao immediately said that he had found some clues. There was no doubt that Eddie's mission would be a major breakthrough in the Luminous Village quest chain. Gu Fei had always guessed that the key to this quest was to first figure out what Eddie's mission was. Only then would it be convenient for him to continue the next step. Now it seemed that there should be clues left in Luminous Village. Perhaps this was a stop that Eddie had passed through before, or perhaps he was a resident of Luminous Village. This kind of information shouldn't be difficult to dig up. Once he arrived at Luminous Village, he should be able to find something by asking the NPCs one by one. Gu Fei thought as he continued walking with Xiao Yu. Gradually, they could see the silhouette of Moonlight City in the distance. Compared to Cloud City, there was no significant difference. Xiao Yu pointed at the city and said dumbfoundedly, "What a big village." Gu Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This isn't Luminous Village. This is Moonlight City. Like Cloud City, it is also a main city. Luminous Village should be nearby. I'll probably know if I ask someone. Gu Fei looked around. He could see a few players fighting monsters here and there. This probably wasn't a lively leveling area. That was why there were so few people who chose to level here. Gu Fei chose a target and walked over with Xiao Yu. This person looked like a thief. He ran across the mountains at a brisk pace. Most of the time, he didn't fight when he encountered an enemy. Instead, he chose to go around them. From time to time, he would crouch on the ground and search for something. Gu Fei and Xiao Yu caught up to this person and called out to him. "Friend, how should I address you?" Gu Fei greeted. "Master Kong." The person looked at the two of them and answered. "Ha ha ha ha, Master Kong, instant noodles." Xiao Yu laughed. For her, this kind of joke was just right. The name Fireball had some depth for her. The other party looked displeased and said unhappily, "It's not like I was the one who chose this name." When Gu Fei heard this, he immediately felt a bit more friendly. He was also a victim of unsatisfactory accounts. After stopping Xiao Yu's laughter, he continued to ask, "We want to go to Luminous Village. Can you tell us how to get there?" Kang Shifu looked at the two of them up and down in surprise, and then said, "You can't identify them? Your levels are higher than mine." Level 30. The two of them nodded. Level 30. Do you know how to get to Luminous Village? Master Kang suddenly had a whole new level of respect for these two players. You've misunderstood. We're not from Moonlit Night City. We're from Cloud City. Gu Fei pointed in the direction of Cloud City and quickly explained. Kang Shifu's eyes lit up. Cloud City. Another main city. Can I walk this way? How did he leave? How long? Just follow the main road of the Black Dragon Mountain Range. We walked for about 3 hours, so we didn't walk very fast. Gu Fei said. Come. Let me ask you. Kang Shifu pulled Gu Fei in front of him. In your Cloud City, is there a green plant with pink or rose red flowers and leaves this big? Kang Shifu said as he gestured with his hands. No. Gu Fei immediately shook his head. Think carefully. Kang Shifu's face was full of anticipation. Green plants with pink or rose red flowers. These kinds of plants are common, but how could the leaves be this big? I've never seen it before. Gu Fei mimicked him and gestured. The leaves that Kang Shifu gestured were extremely exaggerated. Gu Fei guessed that a plant with such big leaves would be as tall as a person. It wouldn't be appropriate to call it a flower or a grass, it would at least be a small tree. He had never seen it in the game. What kind of plant is this? Xiao Yu asked curiously. Oh. It's nothing. I'm an apothecary, just looking for some ingredients. Are you apothecaries? If not, you wouldn't know. Kang Shifu said. The two were relieved. Gu Fei didn't know much about life professions. He only knew that there were 5 main categories: chef, blacksmith, tailor, apothecary, and alchemist. Chef made food, blacksmith made weapons, tailor made clothes, apothecary researched medicine, and alchemist made staff-like weapons and accessories. If you have the chance, you should go look for it in Cloud City. The two of us don't know anything, so we can't be sure. Gu Fei said. Kang Shifu nodded, but his face was full of worry. It seems like Cloud City isn't far from here, but I heard that Cloud City isn't safe. It's very dangerous. How is it dangerous? Gu Fei didn't understand. I heard that the server's #1 killer king is in Cloud City. He killed 15 PK points in one day. He chased a player inside and outside the city and killed them until they dropped 8 levels. No one dared to stop him. It's too scary. Kang Shifu said. Gu Fei could only smile bitterly. Xiao Yu was unhappy. What are you talking about? Do you know what kind of person he killed? He's a big, bad liar. Kang Shifu nodded. I heard that too. Damn, he's so ruthless. This guy must have been tricked by that liar. Gu Fei was about to faint. How did the words become like this after passing through Black Dragon Mountain Range? Logically speaking, the information in the game should have been circulated on the internet forums and the like. Everyone had the same place to gossip, so how could there be such a big deviation? Gu Fei just forgot one fact for a moment. In the current game, although the players were divided into different areas because of the main city they were born in, the relationship between people wouldn't be broken because of this. When two friends entered the game together, it was rare for them to be randomly born in the same main city. But even if they were separated by 10 Black Dragon Mountain Range, it wouldn't stop them from exchanging messages. Compared to the information they read on the internet, most people would think that the words of their friends in Cloud City were more reliable. How could something that was transmitted orally through subjective consciousness not be distorted? Of course, right now wasn't the time for Gu Fei to argue with others. He had chatted with Kang Shifu for a long time and he still hadn't told him how to get to Luminous Village. Alright, I'm just looking for some herbs anyway. It doesn't matter which way we go, I'll take you there. Kang Shifu said generously. Thank you very much. Gu Fei said. The three of them opened the way, and Kang Shifu walked in front, bending down from time to time to pull out a few stalks of grass. Gradually, the three of them walked into a popular leveling area. There were more and more players around, and the ratio of people to monsters was comparable to the infamous Cloud Farm outside of Cloud City. But the rules of the players here were different. Cloud Farm was a bad style with unwritten rules, while Moonlit City was a very bold and open robbery. Along the way, Gu Fei saw many players pick up a piece of rag with a bamboo stick, draw something that looked like a ghost on it, and then stick it into the ground and yell, "This area is ours, whoever comes over will die." Those who could yell this slogan were those who had the advantage of numbers. But this wasn't necessarily safe, and it was very likely that another group would come over. Seeing that this area was quite fertile, they took a step forward, pulled out a flag, and threw it to the side to show their intentions. The two sides immediately faced off. Because leveling up wasn't easy, Gu Fei found that people weren't willing to fight to the death. Usually, they would send a few people out to fight one-on-one, and they would also stop when the time was right. This way, the number of bleeding and losing levels was much lower than in Cloud Farm. Of course, this was also a method used when two strong parties collided. If you single-handedly pulled out the other party's flag, of course you would die a horrible death. Gu Fei noticed that Kang Shifu, who was leading the way, was not very active after entering this area. He walked with his head down, and didn't even look at the NPCs in the leveling area. Clearly, he was very familiar with the atmosphere here. This guy could really be called a native of Moonlit City. It wasn't until they were far away from the area that he let out a sigh of relief, turned around, and said to the two of them as if he was very familiar with the local customs, "I forgot to remind you before, I was really afraid that you two would accidentally cause trouble." Good, good. Gu Fei thought of something and asked, "If we die here, do we resurrect in Cloud City? Or do we resurrect in Moonlit City?" "I don't know about that," said Kang Shifu, pointing to the front. "That's Luminous Village." "Thank you so much," said Gu Fei hurriedly. "Do you want to go? I'll buy you a drink." Gu Fei could already see the entrance of Luminous Village from afar. There was a tavern at the head of the village. "No need, I don't drink," said Kang Shifu with a wave of his hand, "I'm leaving. You can find me if you need anything. Call me when you return to Cloud City, I'll go with you if it's okay." "No problem." After the two added each other as friends, Kang Shifu went to the side of the forest to pull weeds. Gu Fei and Xiao Yu stepped into Luminous Village. This village was located in the middle of a forest, and it seemed as if you couldn't see the sun if you raised your head. A strange atmosphere pervaded the air, making it seem like the birthplace of a great quest chain. "Xiao Yu, what's your quest?" Gu Fei first took care of the simple quest. "Find Mr. Adrian and extract some valuable gold." Xiao Yu read out her quest. "Oh, then I'll do it for you first," said Gu Fei. As they spoke, the two stepped into the tavern. Quests in the game weren't too different from RPG quests. Taverns were always a good place to get information. "Boss, do you know who Mr. Adrian is?" Xiao Yu asked with great familiarity. "Oh, Mr. Adrian is the wealthiest person in our village. He lives in the east side of the village next to the church, that big house," the tavern owner said. "Thank you, boss." Xiao Yu was very polite to the robot because the hidden quest in her heart would never be extinguished. After Xiao Yu finished asking, Gu Fei immediately followed and asked, "Boss, do you know who Eddie is?" "Mister, you must be tired from the long journey. Would you like a drink to relieve your boredom?" Gu Fei. Xiao Yu pulled Gu Fei away with great familiarity. "He doesn't know." On the way to the east side of the village, Gu Fei asked quite a few passers-by, but still no one paid any attention to him. What's going on? Gu Fei thought for a moment and realized where the problem lay. Eddie's coat of arms. This was Eddie's relic, and he had put it in his pocket instead of wearing it. Perhaps this was a part of the quest chain. If he didn't wear it, the NPCs would obviously treat him as a normal person talking nonsense. As he thought of this, Gu Fei quietly put on the coat of arms. In an instant, Gu Fei suddenly felt as if countless eyes were staring at him. Gu Fei composed himself and walked towards the fifth passerby. Chapter 60. Gu Fei had been paying close attention to his surroundings. There were no players at all. Only then did he put on Eddie's coat of arms. The only ones who noticed him were the NPCs in the village, including the passers-by he had asked earlier. This made Gu Fei even more certain that the coat of arms was a key. He calmed himself down and walked towards an NPC who was staring at him. In the end, before Gu Fei could even get close, the NPC actually walked away on his own. Judging by his expression, he seemed to be carefully avoiding contact with Gu Fei. Gu Fei did not believe it and quickened his pace to chase after him. The NPC did not seem to have an acceleration setting, so Gu Fei caught up with him in a few steps. Gu Fei blocked the NPC's path and wanted to speak, but the NPC stubbornly avoided eye contact and turned away. That's weird. Xiao Yu found the scene interesting and caught up with the NPC in a few steps. Do you know where Mr. Adrian is? Mr. Adrian is the richest person in our village. He lives in the big house next to the church at the east end of the village. Facing Xiao Yu, the NPC not only smiled warmly but also gave her accurate information. What's going on? Why is he ignoring you? Xiao Yu scratched her head. That's probably the plot of my quest, said Gu Fei as he pondered. The NPCs in the parallel world did not have the true intelligence of humans. They were still robots that followed the programming. The guy in front of him would always respond to any of Xiao Yu's questions, regardless of whether he could answer them or not. But when it came to Xiao Yu, no matter if she talked to him or even pulled him, there was only one reaction: turn around and try to avoid her. This was a message to Gu Fei: these NPCs are avoiding him. Gu Fei paid attention again and realized that he was no longer pestering the NPC. After walking a certain distance away, he stopped and then maintained a vigilant peeping look at Gu Fei. Gu Fei looked around and found that all the NPCs who were paying attention to him had the same expression. However, among them, there were also some NPCs who looked at him the same as before. They didn't change even though he was wearing the emblem. With a thought, Gu Fei found a guy who didn't pay attention to him. Sure enough, this person didn't avoid him. When Gu Fei came to his side, he looked up at Gu Fei. Do you know who Eddie is? Gu Fei asked. I don't know. You should ask the village chief. He should know more, the NPC replied. Gu Fei was stunned. He then found another passerby with the same style and got the same answer. Who's the village chief? Gu Fei asked. Edwin is our village chief. He lives in a small wooden house outside the forest over there, the NPC replied as he gestured with his hand. Ah, I got it. That's how quests are. As long as you ask every NPC, someone will know the answer, Little Rain lectured Gu Fei with great experience. Although it was a stupid idea, he had to admit that it was a good idea. Gu Fei noticed the different attitudes of the NPCs and asked for the answer. If Little Rain ignored it and swept through them one by one, she could also get the answer. That was because the NPCs who had different attitudes towards Gu Fei were evenly divided. As for why, it was probably a key to this quest. Gu Fei couldn't think of a reason at the moment. He could only follow the NPC's instructions and find the village chief in the small wooden house beside the forest. He knocked on the door of the small wooden house and saw an old man with white hair and a beard. In the game's design philosophy, being young and promising seemed to be reserved for the protagonist. As a result, it was a bizarre thing for an old man to save the world. In games, the old were always old-fashioned, stubborn, cowardly, and ignorant. Occasionally, one or two wise ones would appear, but they wouldn't live long. After making one last contribution to the plot, they would burn out their lives and turn into the fighting spirit of the protagonist. This was a common pattern in games. Village Chief, do you know someone called Eddie? Gu Fei asked expectantly. He suddenly realized that doing quests was also a very exciting thing. It was this sense of anticipation that came with it. Eddie. He was a very good young man. He promised to help our village, the village chief said. He's already dead, Gu Fei said with great pain. The village chief was startled. What should we do? Is there anything I can help you with? Gu Fei followed the script. Who are you? The village chief asked. Gu Fei didn't know how to answer and could only speak with facts. Eddie asked me to help. The village chief's eyes immediately lit up. Are you the warrior that Eddie found who can defeat the monster? Monster. Warrior. They all sounded very powerful. Gu Fei couldn't help but wonder if he, who was only level 30, could handle it. However, the village chief's question seemed to be a choice of whether or not to continue the quest. No matter what, he couldn't just stop the quest like this. Gu Fei said and nodded with some embarrassment. I am. Welcome, warrior. The NPC was indeed amazing. He quickly walked out of the shadow of Eddie's death. What monster are you talking about? Gu Fei began to ask for information. If this monster was a close combat type and wasn't that much faster than him, Gu Fei felt that he could still deal with it. Moreover, this was a game. Monsters were made for players to kill, so they couldn't be so strong that they couldn't be controlled. Follow me. The village chief walked out of the door and started walking with his body hunched. Gu Fei and Little Rain followed behind, hating the village chief for walking so slowly. On the other hand, Little Rain was excited, not knowing who this quest belonged to. Leading the two, the village chief arrived at the Church of Luminous Village. The main door of the church had been in disrepair for many years. Half of it had already fallen off the door frame and drooped weakly. The stone path in front of the door had also been abandoned for a long time. Weeds grew between the stone slabs. The village chief led the two onto the stone path. Halfway there, he stopped and looked down at the ground. Here. The village chief hit the ground with his walking stick, Murphy's blood. No matter how many years of rain it takes, it won't be able to wash it away. Gu Fei and Xiao Yu looked down and saw that there was a black mark on the stone slab that the village chief had hit. According to the village chief, this was blood. What's going on? Gu Fei asked. It's a werewolf. The village chief said, a werewolf is hiding in our village. Werewolf. Gu Fei muttered to himself. This was a very cliché race in Western legends. They were usually human, but on the night of the full moon, they would reveal their true form. They would lose consciousness and become extremely savage and violent. What was even worse was that it was said that when a werewolf revealed its true form, its attack and agility would greatly increase. If it was such an extremely fast creature, then it would be difficult to deal with. While Gu Fei was pondering, the village chief was rambling on about the legend of the werewolf. Little Rain listened very seriously and once again took out his little notebook to quickly record. Gu Fei's thoughts were always faster than the village chief's words. When he finished thinking, he heard the village chief say, legend has it that werewolves are afraid of everything made of silver. Warrior, do you have a weapon made of silver? No. Gu Fei replied. Don't worry, I've already prepared. Give me your weapon. I can help you coat it with a layer of silver. The village chief said. Can I do it later? I want to find clues about the werewolf first. Gu Fei said. If you need it, you can find me at any time. After the village chief said this, he trembled as he left the church. Why don't you let him coat your weapon with silver? Little Rain asked. I think I should get a knife or a sword and let him coat it with silver. I'm afraid the staff won't be able to inflict a fatal wound on the werewolf. Gu Fei took out the staff for Little Rain to see and showed her the staff's lack of sharpness. Little Rain nodded and said, do you want to use my axe? I don't think I can carry it, Gu Fei said. Although the game said that equipment didn't have class or attribute requirements, it was just that the requirements weren't stated in the form of data. For example, Little Rain's giant axe, according to the game, a mage can use it, but if you don't have enough strength to carry it, then it's not our problem. It's equivalent to a disguised attribute requirement. Moreover, we don't know what the specific requirements are, it's very abnormal. Oh, then let's go buy a weapon that you can carry, Little Rain said. I'll go by myself. Don't you want to find the person in that house to get some gold ore? You go, I'll buy it and find you there, Gu Fei said. All right then. Little Rain agreed. See you in a bit. She waved her hand and walked towards the big house next to the church. Gu Fei hurriedly sprinted all the way and caught up to the village chief who was still halfway there. He took out the baptism of flames. Village chief, help me coat this knife with silver. Although Gu Fei suspected that with Little Rain's carelessness, she wouldn't notice that the baptism of flames was the weapon used by the masked assassin yesterday. However, it's better to be safe than sorry. The village chief didn't say anything else and took the baptism of flames. He then took out a small cup from his bosom and poured some silver liquid onto the knife. He muttered an incantation and then with a flash of silver light, the color of the baptism of flames didn't change. However, there was a faint silver line on the edge of the knife. Upon closer inspection, it was hard to tell where it was. Brave warrior, I'll leave it to you. The village chief returned the baptism of flames to Gu Fei. Gu Fei looked up and saw that the name of the baptism of flames had been changed to Holy Baptism of Flames. Apart from the 30% chance of using fire magic, there was another attribute: prevent regeneration. Chapter 61. Prevent regeneration. Gu Fei pondered over the effects of this new stat. Werewolves were commonly seen in myths and legends. The game's design probably couldn't escape this category. He had never heard of werewolves having the ability to revive after death. Preventing regeneration shouldn't be a counter to this ability. Excluding this possibility, it probably meant that werewolves had very strong wound healing abilities. In game terms, it was HP regeneration. In the game, bosses with HP regeneration abilities were often seen. You can't even recover as much HP in a second, was the best description for this type of boss. Gu Fei reckoned that this prevent regeneration ability in his hand was probably this type of ability. After saying goodbye to the village chief, Gu Fei went back to find Xiao Yu. The door to the richest man's room was wide open. Gu Fei looked inside but didn't see anyone. After sending Xiao Yu a text, he hurriedly went to the backyard of the large house. There was a cellar in the backyard and Xiao Yu said that there was a gold mine in the cellar. Could it be that the backyard of the house was a mine? Gu Fei went around to the backyard and saw Xiao Yu standing next to the cellar. He hurriedly went up. You bought a weapon already? Xiao Yu asked. I just happened to meet a player who was selling equipment. Gu Fei casually made up a story. He pulled out the fire baptism and handed it over. This blade isn't bad. It even has a magic attack. It's not bad for me since I'm so weak. This was something that Gu Fei had thought of a long time ago. After all, if he were to fight with Xiao Yu, he would have to pull out his blade sooner or later. If he said this now, Xiao Yu would naturally think that this blade was just bought by Gu Fei and wouldn't suspect anything. With Xiao Yu's stubbornness, Gu Fei believed that this lie was foolproof. It was just that he felt a little apologetic to play tricks on such a simple and honest girl. Xiao Yu took the blade and looked at it. As expected, she didn't have any suspicions. Not bad. How much is it? 50 gold. Gu Fei said. That's expensive. Xiao Yu cried out. I can't help it. I'm in a hurry for the quest. If there's one here, then hurry up and buy it. Going to Luminous City will waste a lot of time. If there's a time limit for this quest, then it'll be depressing. Gu Fei said. Xiao Yu nodded. Gu Fei's words had touched the bottom of her heart. No matter what, the mission was the most important. Then, he handed the baptism of fire back. We'll go find the village chief later. I've already looked. The original name of the blade was Baptism of Flames. The village elder coated it with silver before it became the Holy Baptism of Flames. Also, the prevent regeneration at the bottom was also created after it was coated with silver. Gu Fei said. Stop regeneration, what does that mean? Xiao Yu said. It's probably to prevent the monster from healing. Gu Fei said. Oh, I have to write it down quickly. Little Yu immediately took out a small notebook and began to write stroke by stroke. Gu Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I guessed it too. Thus, Little Rain added another parenthesis to prevent regeneration, prevent monsters from regaining health, she guessed it. Why are you standing here? Gu Fei asked. Waiting for that person to go get the gold. Xiao Yu pointed to a nearby cellar. Gu Fei stretched his neck to take a look. It was pitch black and he couldn't see anything. Could it be that this person's mine was actually in his own backyard? As Gu Fei was muttering to himself, coughing sounds came from below the cellar. A person carrying a small bag climbed up the wooden ladder. This person was obviously an NPC. After coming out of the cellar, Gu Fei took a look. He had a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks. He had the appearance of a common profiteer in games. It was obvious that he was the richest man in Luminous Village, Mr. Adrian. Adrian climbed out of the cellar and threw the small bag to Xiao Yu. Gu Fei stretched his head to take a look. There were a few uncarved gold lumps in the bag. Some were big, some were small, but they were yellow and unremarkable. You finished your mission? Gu Fei asked. I'll finish it after I take this back to Cloud City. Xiao Yu said. What's the reward? Gu Fei asked. I don't know yet. Xiao Yu said. Xiao Yu's mission really wasn't difficult at all. It was just that the journey was long and the consumption of time was quite large. If the reward wasn't generous, then the heavens wouldn't tolerate it. Alright, my mission is done. I'll help you now. Xiao Yu put the small bag in her pocket and said after patting it. Gu Fei nodded and looked around. He said with some regret, but I don't have any clues as to who this werewolf is. Ask. Doing a mission is to keep talking to the NPC until he can't say anything new. Then you can look for clues from there. Xiao Yu taught Gu Fei. This was a tough job. Luminous Village may not be big, but there were quite a few NPCs. From the east to the west, Gu Fei asked about 20 people. This didn't include the ones who ignored Gu Fei. The answer he got was always, the village chief knows more. Helpless, the two once again went to the village chief's house. The village chief once again introduced them to the habits of the werewolves. It was nothing more than the night of the full moon. In the game, there was a difference between night and day. There was a cycle every 6 hours. 4 hours of day and 2 hours of night. The night was not so real that they couldn't see their fingers in front of them. It was said that the light that allowed players to see the monsters clearly came from the moonlight. However, whether or not the moon changed shape, Gu Fei never noticed. Xiao Yu was also unable to answer this question. Gu Fei looked at the time. When the two of them first crossed the Black Dragon Mountain range, it was almost daytime. Now, more than 3 hours had passed. In less than an hour, it would be night. Perhaps the system specially gave him a full moon in order to take care of his quest. We should go back to the church and look around. Maybe we can find something that can prove the identity of the werewolf. Xiao Yu said. Gu Fei felt that it was reasonable. Although from a common sense, if there was such a thing, it should have been found by the villagers. However, this quest was designed for players to complete, so the clues should be left for the players to find. Returning to the blood-stained stone in front of the church, Xiao Yu immediately laid on the ground and carefully searched. Gu Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If this was really the quest's design, then the so-called clues should only be found by him, the person who accepted the quest. What could Xiaoyu find by lying on the ground? However, seeing her excited look, Gu Fei couldn't bear to dampen her spirits. So he remained silent and also began to look around. After a round, he found nothing. Gu Fei stood in front of the broken door of the church in a daze. Xiaoyu refused to give up and went to an even more remote corner to search. Gu Fei looked at the area that they had just searched. The grass that the two of them had flipped over, the stones that they had moved. In just a short while, the system had restored everything to its original state. This was the rule of the game. Anything that a player touched or moved, unless it was under special circumstances, would be refreshed or restored by the system after a certain period of time. If it was an NPC who moved it, it would be regarded as refreshed and would not be restored. At this time, Gu Fei, from where he stood, looked at the restored panoramic view of the courtyard and was suddenly stunned. He didn't know if this was the system's design or if it was a clue left behind. He only knew that he saw some traces of a fight. Broken stone slabs, trampled grass, broken shrubs, all these marks were definitely not something that could be formed naturally. This was definitely the damage caused by a fight. Gu Fei walked down the stairs and looked at these traces one by one. From time to time, he would even see some scenes of action flashing through his mind. These traces of a fight were definitely real, Gu Fei concluded. He didn't believe that this was a scene that could be created just by programming or drawing. The scene in front of him must have been created first and then simulated a group of opponents fighting on it. Then, the traces of their fight were preserved, which was why it was so real. But, if this was a clue to the quest, wasn't it a bit too much? Gu Fei didn't believe that an ordinary person would be able to see any clues from this. Even the game designers wouldn't be able to restore the battle scene from this. Gu Fei couldn't either, but at least, from some of the fragments that he could guess, he could tell that the battle was intense and fast. Regarding this, Gu Fei quickly had a new question. From the traces left behind, the two opponents seemed to have fought for a while before one of them finally fell. In that case, this dead Murphy had some skill. But, Gu Fei remembered that when the village chief had talked about this, he had specially introduced Murphy, saying that he was a kind and upright young man. He didn't mention that he was also a warrior. At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly thought of the description and introduction of the quest chain on the official website. It said that every quest chain that was generated represented the hard work and sweat of the game staff, the complete plot, and the events that really happened around you. From this content, in Gu Fei's quest chain, although the incident of Murphy being killed by a werewolf wouldn't be witnessed by the player Gu Fei who accepted the quest, the system would still simulate the incident and let everything develop according to the plot, all the way until Eddie was captured by the mountain bandits. These were all things that had actually happened in the game. Murphy's identity had become a real point of suspicion. The funny thing was, Gu Fei's suspicion was focused on whether this Murphy really existed. If the programmer simply threw two guys to fight at the entrance of the church just to perfect the plot, causing blood to splatter everywhere, then it would be a real misdirection to Gu Fei, who was able to see through the tricks of the game. But no matter what, Gu Fei was determined to continue investigating this clue. He then called out Xiaoyu, who was still digging in the corner. "Did you find anything?" Xiaoyu heard the difference in Gu Fei's voice. "A little, let's go find the village chief," Gu Fei said. "For what?" "Ask him what kind of person this Murphy is," Gu Fei said. Chapter 62. Gu Fei and Xiaoyu left the church and once again went to harass the village elder. "Village elder, what kind of person was Murphy who was killed by the werewolf?" Gu Fei got straight to the point. Murphy was a good lad. He was honest and kind. He got along well with the villagers. It was a pity that he died, the village elder said. Gu Fei then simply asked if the lad was good at fighting. In the end, the village elder said the same thing. "Then where did Murphy go after he died?" Gu Fei asked. "He was buried in the cemetery behind the south mountain of the village." Everyone in the village is buried there after they die. The village elder said. Gu Fei strode out of the village elder's house and went straight to the general store in the village. He bought a shovel and headed south up the mountain. What are you doing? Even with Xiao Yu's slow reaction, she could faintly sense what Gu Fei was doing. Digging up the grave. Gu Fei said. Why are you doing that? Xiao Yu asked. I think there's something strange about Murphy. Gu Fei said. What's strange? Xiao Yu asked. He should be very strong, but the village elder doesn't seem to know. Gu Fei said. Then how do you know? Xiao Yu asked. I guessed. Gu Fei said. Oh. This kind of answer could fool Xiao Yu. For the sake of the mission, Xiao Yu didn't seem to be afraid of any sacrifice. Digging up the grave didn't make her feel the slightest bit of fear. The two of them arrived at the cemetery behind the hill and found Murphy's name among the tombstones. They immediately began to dig up the grave. A brown coffin gradually appeared in front of the two of them. Gu Fei shoved the shovel into the gap of the coffin lid and called Xiao Yu over to help. Xiao Yu stretched out her hand and the coffin lid immediately flew out. Thinking that there might be some scary scenes inside, Gu Fei hurriedly covered Xiao Yu's eyes with his hand and quickly glanced inside. I'm not afraid. Xiao Yu pulled away the hand that Gu Fei used to cover her eyes and looked inside the coffin. Why is there nothing? Gu Fei was deep in thought. Are they slacking off in game production? Little Rain said. I don't think so. If they didn't want to make it so detailed, they wouldn't have put an empty coffin here. Since the coffin was designed, how hard would it be to throw a skeleton or a corpse into it? There must be something behind this. Gu Fei said. Could it be that Murphy isn't dead yet? Xiao Yu said. That's one possibility, Gu Fei said. Another possibility is that the body was stolen. Why do you want to steal the corpse? Xiao Yu asked. I don't know. Maybe the corpse has some secrets. Gu Fei said. What do we do now? Xiao Yu asked. Let's wait here and see, Gu Fei said. Wait for what? Xiao Yu said. If digging up the grave and opening the coffin isn't part of the quest, the grave will be refreshed and restored to its original state. But if it's part of the quest, then it should only be refreshed after I complete the entire quest, Gu Fei said. Little Rain listened with a blank face. Gu Fei smiled and said, the game's quests are all made by the designers. Doing quests, rather than saying that you're interacting with the NPC, it's better to say that you're interacting with the designer behind the NPC. If we can grasp their psychology, it'll be very beneficial for doing this kind of slightly difficult quest. Xiao Yu continued to be distressed. After a long time, she said, how would I know what they're thinking? Gu Fei smiled. I don't know either. I'm just guessing. The two of them waited by the graveyard for a few minutes, but Murphy's grave didn't return to its original state. Gu Fei nodded his head in affirmation. There was something wrong with Murphy's character. At this time, Yi Xiaowu had nothing to do. She watched Gu Fei do the quest with the tracker on in the monitoring group. Yi Xiaowu brushed off the monitoring team's doubts about not following the rules by saying, this is the first person to receive a mission chain. I need to follow up and observe it to see if there are any problems with our mission chain. In reality, Gu Fei wasn't the only person in the game who had received a quest chain. Yi Xiaowu followed him purely because he was interested in this character. And Gu Fei's quest progress surprised him. The completion of the quest chain wasn't a straight line. There would be many opportunities to reach the same goal. Of course, these were all designed ideas. The differences in players' levels, professions, and skills were the main factors that affected the different solutions. Yi Xiaowu already had a deep understanding of Gu Fei's account. After he substituted himself in, he found that no matter what method he used, he would be stuck at a certain point. The reason was that he was limited by his level or skills. This was a problem that couldn't be solved no matter how hard he tried. With a mischievous attitude, he wanted to see Gu Fei at his wits' end. While Gu Fei and Little Rain were searching for clues in the church, Yi Xiaowu secretly laughed for a long time. However, to his great surprise, the two of them seemed to have really found something. After that, they went straight to the village chief's house, and after that, they went to dig up Murphy's grave. Murphy was indeed a possible link, and they could find a breakthrough from the church. But it wasn't something that could be solved like Gu Fei and Xiao Yu's carpet search. The method that Yi Xiaowu knew was definitely not something that the two of them could use. But right now, the two of them seemed to have found something here. Yi Xiaowu really wanted to hear what the two of them were talking about. But the surveillance system's voice was blocked. After all, the players' conversations were likely to involve very important privacy. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they wouldn't even monitor the players' conversations. Removing the voice block required extremely high authority. It wasn't something that Yi Xiaowu or the monitoring group could decide. With a blank expression, Yi Xiaowu and Gu Fei and Xiao Yu, who were by the graveyard, thought together. He suddenly realized that if there was a level or skill restriction, then the Eddy segment at the beginning of this chain of quests shouldn't have been completed by a level 30 player. But in the end, Gu Fei had actually passed it. Could it be that there was a path in the chain of quests that they themselves didn't realize? In the game, after leaving the graveyard, Gu Fei and Xiao Yu found the village chief again. When he told them that Murphy's body was missing, the village chief was only surprised, but he couldn't say a word. After leaving the village chief's house, the sky gradually darkened. 4 hours of daylight had passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was already night in the game. Gu Fei searched for the moon in the sky. Would it be a full moon tonight? If it was a full moon, where would the werewolves appear? When Gu Fei arrived at the church, he hurried over with Xiao Yu. Moonlight finally shone down, but unfortunately, the moon tonight wasn't full. If the moon in the game was ever changing, tonight would probably be the night with the least roundness. Xiao Yu, look at the shape of the moon. Gu Fei said to Xiao Yu. He suspected that he was in a quest setting, living under a different sky from the other players. Are you nearsighted? Xiao Yu asked as she looked up. It's curved. The same shape. Gu Fei muttered to himself. Today wasn't the official appearance day for a werewolf. The dilapidated church looked lonely and desolate in the night. What a nice murder scene. Gu Fei sighed. Just then, a shadow suddenly flashed past the dilapidated wall. Who's there? Gu Fei shouted subconsciously as he pulled out his sword and rushed over. But the shadow was already 1 step ahead of him. A werewolf. Xiao Yu cried out, but in the face of such a terrifying creature, there was no fear in her voice. Instead, there was surprise. The werewolf is out. The game designers would definitely cry. They had designed such a strange scene, but they had encountered a girl who was so stupid that she forgot to be afraid. Gu Fei thought to himself as he pulled out his sword and slashed at the shadow that was pouncing over. It was indeed a werewolf. It was tall, and its eyes were glowing green. Its 2 powerful front claws were coming for Gu Fei. Its bloody mouth was full of spittle, and its sharp teeth looked very eerie under the moonlight. The werewolf twisted its body in midair and dodged Gu Fei's slash. Its front claws continued to swing. Gu Fei could already smell the stench in its mouth. Without any delay, Gu Fei's sword was raised to his side, and met the enemy's sweeping claws. Who? Gu Fei's body was already sent flying. It was too fast. Gu Fei thought to himself. The werewolf was as fast as he had imagined. This speed, if compared, was comparable to the warrior's whirlwind slash. So Gu Fei used the same method he used to block Xiao Yu's whirlwind slash. Fortunately, his sword did not break this time. In addition, his sword was facing outwards, and the werewolf was not using a weapon, but its own claws. It should have been injured. This was the knowledge of physics, the action of force is reciprocal. Gu Fei fell to the ground, and his HP dropped a little. If he was hit by the claws, Gu Fei had no doubt that he would be killed in an instant. Looking up, Xiao Yu also raised her axe and wanted to slash. No! Gu Fei hurriedly shouted. He and Xiao Yu were originally standing together. If the werewolf wanted to attack, the two of them could have fallen together. However, it only chose Gu Fei as its target. Obviously, it was because Gu Fei was the player who accepted the quest. Although it did not attack Xiao Yu, it did not mean that it would not retaliate if Xiao Yu attacked it. Xiao Yu wanted to stop, but it was too late. At this moment, the werewolf let out a low growl, suddenly turned around and jumped over the wall to escape. At this time, Xiao Yu only swung her axe halfway. I scared the werewolf away. Xiao Yu was dumbfounded. Gu Fei quickly ran over the wall, but the werewolf was already gone. It's injured. Gu Fei returned to Xiao Yu's side, crouched down, and touched the few drops of blood on the ground. Did you notice its neck? Gu Fei asked Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu shook her head. Werewolves also wear dog collars. Gu Fei muttered to himself. Just before the werewolf escaped, Gu Fei noticed that it was wearing something on its neck. Chapter 63. Could it be that it wasn't a werewolf, but a rather large wolfhound? Xiao Yu guessed. This can't be. Gu Fei felt that the quest chain was a design that the game company was proud of, so there was no need for such a nondescript suspense. The werewolf wasn't actually a werewolf, but a wolfhound that had become a demon. This was too comical. Let's see if it left any other bloodstains. Gu Fei said. That's right. We can catch it by following the bloodstains. Xiao Yu was excited. It's just a cut on its paw, it shouldn't be that exaggerated, right? Gu Fei said. Who knows? Xiao Yu had already gone off to search the area. Gu Fei was staring at the drops of blood on the ground, lost in thought. The werewolf's strength was beyond Gu Fei's imagination. It was incredibly fast, and its attack was also high. He tried his best, but he could only block it for a moment. If he really fought the werewolf, he had no chance of winning. After all, this kind of gap was something that couldn't be helped in the game. He wanted to make up for it with technique, but he had no idea where to start. Gu Fei didn't even have the chance to fight the werewolf to see through its weaknesses, and the werewolf could probably finish him off in 2 or 3 moves. But, why would such a powerful boss run away? Just a cut on its paw could make the ferocious werewolf cower. This was too pretentious. Or was the baptism of fire so powerful after being coated with silver? Did the werewolf notice the silver attribute and immediately pee its pants in fear? Clearly, the werewolf's escape wasn't its own decision in this kind of situation, but a plot set up by the designer. And Gu Fei only fulfilled the condition for it to run away. This condition seemed to be for the werewolf to be injured. However, what kind of message was this plot trying to convey? Gu Fei still couldn't figure it out. There's no other bloodstains. Xiao Yu came back after crawling all over the place and said in disappointment. Let's go find the village chief, I have something to ask. Gu Fei said. Really? Let's go, let's go. Luminous Village was quiet at night. The NPCs that were originally scattered throughout the village had disappeared, replaced by the lights of various houses. In the game, players had no day or night. On the other hand, NPCs strictly adhered to a daily routine. They would come out during the day and go home to rest at night. For a moment, it was hard to tell who was a human and who was a machine. He knocked on the door of the village chief's house. The village chief was as polite as ever. Oh, warrior, you're here. According to the village chief, Gu Fei had always been a warrior. What did the werewolf that killed Murphy look like? Is he wearing something on his neck? Gu Fei asked. Oh, you'll have to ask Adrian, who lives by the church. He's the only one who saw it. That night, he heard noises coming from the church and went out to investigate. In the end, he saw a werewolf kill Murphy. Poor man, he is so frightened, said the village head. Adrian. Gu Fei recalled the richest man in Luminous Village. Village chief, where is Murphy's house? Gu Fei asked again. The third house by the forest. No one has been there for a long time since he died, said the village chief. Let's go take a look, Gu Fei said to Xiao Yu. Murphy's house was actually very easy to find. Among the many houses that were lit, the only one that was dark was it. After Murphy's death, this was an empty house that no one lived in. As they neared the house, Gu Fei gently pulled Xiao Yu behind him and signaled for her to be quiet. Then, he guarded the flame baptism in front of him and carefully walked into the house. Xiao Yu was so nervous that she didn't even dare to breathe loudly. She didn't know what happened, but she saw Gu Fei walk to the door, put his ear to the door, and quietly listen for a moment before pushing the door open and entering. Xiao Yu nervously looked around before sneaking in with Gu Fei. Gu Fei had already lit the oil lamp in the house and was standing by the bed looking at a piece of parchment in his hand. What is it? Xiao Yu came over. It looks like a map, said Gu Fei. A treasure map? Xiao Yu was excited. Too bad there aren't any coordinates, it'll be a bit troublesome to find, said Gu Fei. Let me take a look. Xiao Yu took it. This is the main road of the village, and this looks like a church. Xiao Yu took a pen and drew on it, her mouth muttering something. I know where it is. After a moment, Xiao Yu cried out in surprise. When she turned around, she saw Gu Fei standing by the door, carefully looking outside. What are you looking at? Xiao Yu came over. Shoo. Gu Fei signaled for her to be quiet. Although the people outside were NPCs, Gu Fei didn't know if making too much noise would be a condition to stop their activities. Let's go, follow them and take a look. Gu Fei pulled Xiao Yu. I found the location of the treasure. Xiao Yu waved the parchment. Okay, we'll go dig for treasure in a bit. Let's follow these 4 guys first, said Gu Fei. What are they going to do? Xiao Yu asked. I don't know, but I recognize 3 of them are the type that hide from me. I've never seen the 4th one before. This group of people is really strange, said Gu Fei. Follow them, Xiao Yu said. The 4 of them quietly walked on the main road of Luminous Village, carrying shovels and other tools on their shoulders. Oh, they're not going to dig for treasure, are they? It can't be us, right? Xiao Yu said. Didn't you already figure out where the treasure is? See if they're going the right way, said Gu Fei. No, said Xiao Yu. Follow them. The 4 of them finally arrived at a mountain near the village. Somewhere halfway up the mountain, after pushing aside a layer of plants covering the hillside, the 4 of them disappeared. Look, what's that? Xiao Yu pointed. That's a cave, said Gu Fei. What are they doing here? Xiao Yu asked. How would I know, said Gu Fei. Let's go take a look. Xiao Yu suggested. Don't worry, come back in the morning. They'll leave at dawn, said Gu Fei. How do you know? Xiao Yu asked. They still have to stand guard on the main road of Luminous Village during the day, said Gu Fei. Xiao Yu looked at the time, there's still more than an hour. Let's go to the place you figured out first, said Gu Fei. Where is it? The forest behind Murphy's house. The 2 of them went back the way they came and came to the forest behind Murphy's house. Xiao Yu took the parchment and led the way, looking around and finally stopped under a tree. It's here. Xiao Yu pointed. This shovel was really the right one to buy. Gu Fei muttered, took out the shovel from his pocket and started digging. Treasure chest. Treasure chest. Treasure chest. Xiao Yu chanted and saw the hole getting deeper and deeper. In the end, the treasure chest didn't come out, but a sack came out. It's so heavy. Gu Fei grabbed it with both hands, but couldn't pull it out of the hole. Let me. Xiao Yu stepped forward and lightly pulled, and the sack came out of the hole. This caused Gu Fei to feel depressed for quite a while. When they opened the sack and looked inside, the two of them were startled. Gold. The two of them looked at each other. Xiao Yu took out the small bag of gold given by the quest, took out a piece, and compared it with the one in the sack. It looks so similar. Xiao Yu said. Adrian, is it? Gu Fei pondered. Let's return the gold to him. There will definitely be a reward. Xiao Yu was happy. Did you trigger a quest? Gu Fei asked. No. If there's no quest, how can there be a reward? Gu Fei said. Then what's this for? I think, this is also an important part of my quest chain. Gu Fei had a headache, there are more and more things. I'm so tired, let's rest for a while. Where to? Xiao Yu asked. The inn in the village should still be open. Let's rest for a while and wait for the sun to rise. Gu Fei said. The two of them arrived at the inn in the village. After all, it was still a game, so the shops wouldn't be closed. Whatever you want to drink. It's my treat. Gu Fei said. I suddenly feel so sleepy, let's lie down for a while. Xiao Yu said as she laid down on the table. Gu Fei casually ordered a glass of wine, and as he drank, he pondered over his quest chain. Two groups of villagers with completely different attitudes. Signs of an evenly matched battle in front of the church. The powerful yet unknown Murphy's strength. Murphy's corpse that had disappeared. A werewolf that ran away because of a small injury. Murphy's hidden gold. And the four villagers that ran to the cave in the middle of the night. There had to be a storyline that could explain all of these events. This was the perfect final storyline of the quest chain, Eddie's coat of arms. If it was just to find the werewolves and kill them, Gu Fei doubted that it could explain all of the problems. At this time, Gu Fei already had a plan in mind. Right now, all he had to do was wait for the sun to rise. As long as he grasped a few more key things, the truth might come to light. On the other side, Yi Xiaowu, who had been watching Gu Fei's quests like he was watching a movie, had already experienced too many surprises from Gu Fei. After walking around in front of the church, he suddenly ran to dig up Murphy's grave. Yi Xiaowu still didn't know if he had discovered something or if he had guessed it. He had actually killed the werewolf that had attacked him. He was only level 30. A level 30 character should have been slapped to death by that werewolf with one slap. Based on the current situation, Gu Fei's final completion rate of the quest chain could possibly reach over 90%. Not bad, completion rate. This was the standard to measure the completion rate of a quest chain and determine the final reward. Killing werewolves. That was just one way to complete this quest chain. If it was Yi Xiaowu, he would know where the werewolf was and directly kill it with a single slash. Of course, this would still count as completing the quest, but he would definitely receive the lowest completion rate and the worst reward. Perfectly presenting the sequence of the entire quest chain was the way to obtain the highest completion rate. It was like a single-player game with multiple open endings. All the endings could be considered as clearing the game, but there would definitely be one that could be called the perfect ending. Because the great young detective Conan had once said, there is only one truth. Chapter 64. Gu Fei drank a small glass of wine by himself. Seeing that Xiao Yu was sleeping soundly, he felt a bit tired. Eating and drinking in the game was just a sensory stimulation, it had no effect on the real body. Sleeping was the only way to relieve the body's fatigue. Of course, the effect was not as good as sleeping in bed. So choosing to sleep in the game instead of logging off was a very unwise decision. Looking around, the inn was empty. Luminous Village wasn't far from Moonlit Night City and there weren't any popular leveling areas nearby, so there wasn't even a player to rest. Gu Fei and Xiao Yu walked around a few times and all they could see were NPCs. It wasn't right to sleep like this, but it wasn't right to not sleep either. Gu Fei had nothing to do, so he got up and practiced with his sword, took out his staff, and practiced with his staff. Finally, he practiced with his fists and legs. The sky finally began to brighten. Get up, get up. Gu Fei pushed Xiao Yu. It's daybreak? Xiao Yu was still sleepy. It's daybreak. Gu Fei said. Lie down for another 5 minutes. Xiao Yu fell down again. Quest. Gu Fei said. Let's go, time waits for no one. Xiao Yu woke up in an instant and stood up straight. Wake up, she said to Gu Fei. The two left the inn and went straight to the hillside that they had followed at night. Since the coordinates were recorded, even though the surrounding environment was the same, they could still easily find it. There was no one around, so Gu Fei went up and pushed aside the camouflage of branches and leaves that covered the cave entrance. The cave wasn't big, and it wasn't as complicated as Black Dragon Cave. After a few steps, they reached the deepest part of the cave, which was as big as a room. Gu Fei picked up a few pieces of gravel on the ground and looked at them. He then touched the wall. This small cave was a gold mine that the richest man, Adrian, had given to Xiao Yu. He also found it in the forest behind Murphy's house. It seemed like this was the source. Was this mine, as well as the sack of gold that Murphy had hidden, related to Adrian? Gu Fei did not forget that the gold mine quest between Xiao Yu and Adrian had nothing to do with his quest chain. In other words, because Xiao Yu coincidentally came with him and Xiao Yu also happened to have such a mission, Gu Fei found out that Adrian had this batch of gold mines. If not for this incident, the current Gu Fei would never think of Adrian the moment he saw Jinquang. What is this? Just as Gu Fei was pondering, Xiao Yu found an earthen jar in the corner of the cave. By the time Gu Fei walked over, Xiao Yu had already opened the earthen jar. She grabbed a handful of grayish-white powder from within and extended it in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei's expression turned cold. This is bone ash. Bone ashes? Xiao Yu was stunned. Dead people. If you burn it, it'll be ashes, Gu Fei said as he guarded against Xiao Yu who was screaming and throwing the earthen jar away. However, little Yu was completely unmoved. She even asked, whose is this? This village seems to only have one dead person, Gu Fei said. Murphy? Xiao Yu said. Gu Fei nodded. Someone dug up Murphy's body and burned it to ashes. Why would they do that? Xiao Yu asked. Looks like Murphy was a werewolf, Gu Fei said. Ah. So Murphy wasn't murdered, he committed suicide. Xiao Yu said. Gu Fei smiled and shook his head. Murphy was a werewolf. This can explain a lot of questions. He was a werewolf, so of course he could fight evenly with another werewolf. Also, he had to hide his true identity, so the villagers didn't know that he was very good at fighting. In addition, he had already been buried, but he was cremated again. What does this mean? Legend has it that when a werewolf dies, his corpse will turn into a blood-sucking zombie. In order to prevent this from happening, someone cremated his body. Gu Fei said. Who could it be? Xiao Yu asked. His own kind. Only his own kind would know his true identity and worry that his corpse would turn into a blood-sucking zombie, Gu Fei said. Is it the werewolf that killed him? Xiao Yu asked. Maybe. However, for the ashes to appear in this place, it means one thing. Gu Fei said. What is it? Anyone who would come to this mine to dig for gold is a werewolf. I suspect that it's the ones who avoided me. They're all werewolves, Gu Fei said. Ha! See, I already told you. Xiao Yu said. Gu Fei smiled bitterly. You're so smart. Xiao Yu said proudly, I already told you, I'm a mission expert. Amazing, amazing. Then what do we do next? Xiao Yu asked. This group of werewolves live together with humans and don't seem to have harmed them. It seems like their target is the gold mine here. This mine isn't big, and if they work together, it can only hold 4 people. I estimate that 4 people come here every night to dig. But Murphy, that guy, was up to no good. He hid a bag of gold for himself. He was discovered by others and was eventually killed. I think that's about it, Gu Fei said. Werewolves are also greedy, Xiao Yu said. With so many werewolves, I don't think the mission is for me to kill them all, right? There must be another way, Gu Fei said. What do we do? Xiao Yu said. Let's find the guy who attacked us yesterday first, Gu Fei said. You know who he is? Gu Fei smiled. His right hand was injured by my blade, and my silver-plated blade has the ability to prevent regeneration. Werewolf wounds won't heal that quickly. I think this is the system's clue to find this werewolf. A person with an injured right hand is a werewolf, Xiao Yu said. That's right. Then let's go. The two left the mine, covered it up again, and returned to the village. The NPCs in the village were all in their positions, and Gu Fei was hesitating. If he directly went up and pulled the other person's right hand to see, would it immediately lead to a fight? After thinking about it, he felt that it was better to take a peek. Fortunately, the NPCs in the game all had the characteristic of blindly gesturing when they spoke. Xiao Yu went up to talk to the people, and Gu Fei waited for an opportunity to observe from the side. In the end, all the people who avoided Gu Fei, which was the werewolves, didn't have an injury on their right hand. How could this be? Gu Fei was dumbfounded. Is there anyone else we missed? Xiao Yu asked. Gu Fei had already asked the village chief about the number of people in the village, and now that he counted, there was no one missing. The entire village was out in the sun. Let's take a look at everyone, Xiao Yu said. That's the only way. Gu Fei helplessly accepted this stupid method. These people would also pay attention to Gu Fei if he went up, but after another round, there was still no one. Why not? Xiao Yu said. Now, there's only one person who didn't look, Gu Fei said. Who? Adrian, Gu Fei said. All the villagers in the village were around the main road, and only Adrian was squatting in his big house next to the church. Yes. Xiao Yu nodded. He also has gold, and people with gold must be werewolves. That's not necessarily true. He's the richest man in the village, and he might have bought the gold from a werewolf. Let's go find him first. The two arrived at Adrian's house, and Xiao Yu was familiar with the place. She went up and knocked on the door, but there was no response for a long time. Were there even NPCs who weren't home? Gu Fei was depressed. Maybe in the cellar in the backyard, Xiao Yu said. The two arrived at the backyard, and saw a lock hanging on the cellar. Adrian obviously couldn't be in there. When the two of them returned to the door, they were surprised to see Adrian returning from the outside. Gu Fei hurriedly called out to him. Oh, beloved warrior. The richest man was indeed unique, and his attitude towards Gu Fei was the friendliest and kindest in the village. I heard you saw the werewolf that killed Murphy, Gu Fei said. Adrian's face immediately showed a look of fear. That was a terrible night, he said, and then described the werewolf's terrible appearance. Murphy was already dead at that time, right? Gu Fei asked. Yes, poor man, Adrian said. Did you see how he was killed by the werewolf? Gu Fei asked. No, when I got there, he was already dead. The werewolf also left very quickly, Adrian said. Gu Fei thanked him, and Adrian very happily accepted, making way for the two to leave. His right hand didn't seem to be injured, Xiao Yu said. No. Gu Fei nodded. He felt depressed. He didn't think that this method wouldn't work. However, after the conversation with Adrian, Gu Fei had a new question in his mind. If Murphy wanted to fight, he would have to show his true form. Then when he died, he should have been a wolf. Why did Adrian, and the villagers who arrived later, only see a human corpse? No one could casually change into a werewolf's form. The only one who could do this was the werewolf themselves. This meant that at the last moment, when Murphy knew he couldn't win, he used the last bit of his strength to change back into human form. He would rather die than let the villagers know that he was a werewolf. What kind of train of thought was this? Wholeheartedly doing good, abandoning darkness for light. A wolf with the heart of a man. So he wasn't a werewolf, but a Lycan? How depressing. Gu Fei roared towards the sky. This chain of quests was giving him a headache. Just as he was about to make a discovery, he realized that something wasn't right. He looked up and saw an NPC in front of him. It was the guy who had secretly gone to mine last night. Fuck, what was the point of going around in circles with a bunch of system-designed robots? Wasn't the quest just to try and activate the right conditions? At worst, he would just die. What else could he do? With this thought, Gu Fei strode forward, pointed at the guy, and said, "Hey, you." The NPC immediately looked at Gu Fei with an evasive expression. "I saw you digging for gold." Gu Fei went straight to the point. The NPC's expression changed, and he suddenly turned and ran. "Don't run!" Gu Fei shouted as he chased after him. You see, activating a new plot was sometimes this simple. Chapter 65. This NPC ran very fast. Even Quan Agility's Gu Fei found it difficult to catch up. He could only make sure that this guy did not leave his line of sight. As for the clumsy little Rain, she was left far behind in no time. The NPC did not run far. He circled around the village and finally rushed into a house. Gu Fei's eyes never left his body. He saw everything clearly. Without hesitation, he strode up to the door and knocked on it. Gu Fei knew that this guy was also a werewolf, but he had already made up his mind to die. He wanted to see if half of the village's werewolves would reveal their true forms and surround him. If that really happened, he would accept it. If he did not form a guild, he would not be able to complete this chain of quests. The door finally opened after a few bangs. However, it was not the guy that Gu Fei had been chasing. Standing in front of him was a strong man that was a head taller than Gu Fei. Gu Fei stuck out his tongue. Werewolves would become taller after transforming. This guy in front of him was already so strong. If he transformed, he would at least be as big as an elephant, right? Gu Fei had seen this guy before. When the guy ran away, he ended up hiding in his house. Could it be that this guy was the leader of this werewolf group? I want to know about the gold mine. Gu Fei went straight to the point. The other party was silent. He did not speak, nor did he express any intention to expel him. I already know. You are all werewolves. Gu Fei was ready to risk it all. He did not expect that after he said this, not only did the other party not show any intention to kill him, but he also showed a nervous expression. Don't worry, I will not tell anyone. Gu Fei expressed his position to the werewolf. Thinking back, he could not just rely on his mouth to complete quests. Sometimes, he needed to show some tools. He could not treat these machines as real people just because this was a holographic game. Trying to communicate with them would be a waste of effort. With this thought in mind, Gu Fei took out Murphy's urn and held it in front of the other party. I found these ashes in the mine. Murphy's grave is empty. I think you guys dug him up and burned him to ashes, right? Gu Fei said. A sorrowful look appeared in his eyes again. The NPC's emotional changes were clearly displayed on his face. It was obvious that he was doing it for the players to see. Gu Fei had to consider the problem from the perspective of their emotions. Hearing that he knew they were werewolves, the NPC seemed nervous and uneasy. When mentioning Murphy's death, the NPC seemed very sad. As for Murphy, he would rather die than reveal his identity as a werewolf. The rest of the villagers were still kept in the dark. Gu Fei finally understood, these werewolves were afraid that the villagers would know their identity. Murphy wanted to transform into a human with her last breath because she didn't want to cause panic among the villagers and bring trouble to her people. After all, Murphy was a member of the village. If people saw that he was a werewolf, everyone would start to suspect the real identity of the people around him. Under this kind of attention, any careless werewolves could be exposed. Thinking about how he thought that they killed Murphy because they didn't split the loot evenly, Gu Fei felt very ashamed. But where did this werewolf that killed Murphy come from? What was more annoying was that the big guy in front of him didn't speak. Could it be that this guy was a purebred werewolf and hadn't learned the human language? You don't want the villagers to know your identity? Gu Fei continued. The big guy continued to look at him. Why not? Gu Fei completely displayed Little Rain's spirit this time and asked unyieldingly. We don't want to kill, but we don't want to be killed. The big guy finally spoke. Gu Fei let out a long breath and asked, What do you mean? If the villagers knew we were werewolves, they would definitely think of a way to destroy us, the big guy said. But in reality, we've lived with them for many years and have never thought of harming them. We only go into the depths of the forest to hunt some wild beasts during the night of the full moon to commemorate our wild bloodline. Then why do you want to live with humans? Gu Fei asked. We were the ones who lived here first. We used to live in the forest, and then we learned from humans and walked out of the forest to build a village. Then, gradually, humans came to live with us. The village has been like this for many years. The big guy said. Then what about the werewolf that killed Murphy? Gu Fei said. He's not one of us. The big guy said. I don't know where he came from, but he has great power. I think he might be someone from the village because he seems to know us very well. But we can't catch his aura at all. Why did he kill Murphy? Gu Fei asked. The big guy didn't speak again. Ayaya. You guys run so fast. Xiao Yu's voice came from behind. She had only arrived after a long time. Gu Fei's heart moved, and he signaled for Xiao Yu to take out the sack of gold that they had dug out from the forest behind Murphy's house. I found a map in Murphy's house and dug this up. Gu Fei showed the tool again. What's with the gold mine? Gu Fei asked again. The big guy finally spoke. One day, on the night of the full moon, we went into the forest to hunt. This strange werewolf suddenly appeared and demanded that we obey his leadership. Murphy challenged him, but he defeated him. From then on, he demanded that we take turns to help him dig for gold every night. You have so many people, and you're afraid of him? Attack him together. Gu Fei said. Attacking as a group is the way we deal with our prey. Werewolves can only fight one-on-one. Obeying the strongest is our tradition. The big guy said. That's how Murphy died? Gu Fei asked. No. We all felt that this strange fellow came from a shady background, but no one could defeat him. Murphy said that he wanted to find out his human identity, so that he could use this condition to blackmail him. It was probably during this process that Murphy was discovered and killed. The big guy said. Don't you want to take revenge for Murphy? Gu Fei said. We don't know his human identity, and no one can defeat him. The big guy said. Gu Fei thought for a moment, then suddenly asked, if you werewolves are injured by silver, what will happen? In that case, the wound will take many days to heal. The big guy said. Is one night enough? Not enough. Is there any medicine or magic that we can use? Gu Fei asked. No, we werewolves have strong self-healing abilities. As long as we aren't injured by silver, we can quickly recover. The big guy said. Gu Fei already had a plan in mind. He nodded and said, we'll help you deal with this fellow. Relying on humans to deal with it is too despicable and shameless. The big guy said. He didn't expect werewolves to have such integrity. Gu Fei said helplessly, maybe he's also a human. Human? We saw with our own eyes that he was a werewolf and had the aura of a werewolf. It was only because he hid his aura very well when he turned into a human that we couldn't find him. The big guy said. Is he wearing something around his neck? Gu Fei asked. I think so, that's him. I already injured him with a silver weapon yesterday, but I didn't find any injured villagers today. If he isn't human, how could he heal so quickly? Gu Fei said. Don't worry, leave it to me. Also, I won't tell anyone else about your identities. After saying goodbye to the big guy, Gu Fei and Xiao Yu continued on their way. What do you know? Xiao Yu asked. When she came over, Gu Fei and the big guy were already halfway through their conversation. Gu Fei simply repeated what he said. Xiao Yu had already forgotten about the first part and only asked about the last part. A human's wound can be healed in one night. Humans don't have this ability, but with magic and the healing of a priest, can't they heal instantly? Think about the NPC priests at the entrance of the Priest Academy. Gu Fei reminded Xiao Yu. At the entrance of the Priest Academy in Cloud City, heavily injured players could receive treatment from the system's priests and their wounds would instantly heal. Since they could heal players, they could also heal NPCs. Werewolves, on the other hand, were dark-type creatures, so they obviously couldn't receive holy healing from priests. Then how can a human turn into a werewolf? Xiao Yu said. I'm not sure about that, but I already know who he is. Gu Fei said. Who is it? Xiao Yu asked. It's up to whoever has the gold mine. Gu Fei smiled. Adrian. Xiao Yu said. That's right. Gu Fei nodded. Oh, then if you kill him, will I not be able to complete my quest? Xiao Yu was worried. Of course not. Gu Fei said, after I complete my quest, even if Adrian dies, he'll respawn again. He'll still be the rich Adrian from Luminous Village. Who knows, maybe next time you'll have to find him for your gold. That's good. Xiao Yu said. This time, it's all thanks to you. Gu Fei said. What? If it wasn't for your quest, I wouldn't have known that Adrian was related to Jinquang. How would I know that he's a werewolf? Gu Fei laughed. I told you, I'm a quest expert. Xiao Yu said. How amazing. Gu Fei praised. Then is your chain of quests about to be completed? Xiao Yu asked. I think it's almost done. The silhouette of Adrian's house could already be seen on the road ahead. Gu Fei took out Flame's baptism. The current problem is how to defeat this guy. Chapter 66. Gu Fei might have said that, but the reason he dared to come to Adrian was because he already had confidence in himself. Humans wanted to turn into werewolves, either through magic or tools. When Adrian turned into a werewolf, there was a strange thing on his neck. Gu Fei concluded that it was the necklace that helped him become a werewolf. When he met Adrian before, Gu Fei remembered that there was nothing on his neck. This meant that it wasn't a necklace that could be worn casually, but a necklace that would turn the werewolf once it was worn. As long as Adrian didn't have the chance to wear the necklace, he wouldn't be able to become a werewolf. Then, he would be a normal human. It was that simple. Gu Fei went through his plan again and felt that it was foolproof. Adrian's house was right in front of him. Gu Fei stretched out his hand, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. Adrian opened the door and Gu Fei looked at his neck again. It was empty. Oh, dear warrior, you're here. Adrian said the same thing. Gu Fei threw the bag of gold that he found in Murphy's place. I already know what happened to you. This is the gold that Murphy hid. I think he used it as bait to lure you out, right? You must have been looking for it for a long time. This wasn't a meaningless move. NPCs belonged to a special group. Players could interact with them casually, but if the system judged that contact would cause them to lose health points, then the NPC would be like an individual in a safe zone. Attacks would be ineffective. So, Gu Fei had to at least make Adrian an NPC that he could kill. Adrian's expression changed as soon as the gold was tossed onto the table. The werewolves have told me everything. I know you're behind this. You know who they are and that they don't want to get into trouble with humans, so you use them to work for you for free. Despicable. Boring. Gu Fei thought to himself, I'm actually teaching a robot a moral lesson. Surrender. Gu Fei revealed the flame baptism. Adrian suddenly turned and ran, but Gu Fei was prepared. He wouldn't let Adrian have any free time, even if it was just a few seconds. Wearing a necklace was enough. Adrian evaded with a swing of his blade. He was fairly agile, but he was still far from being comparable to the werewolves. He was only at the level of a bandit leader, Suitu. Little you. Block the back door. Gu Fei shouted. Got it. Xiao Yu was already in position. Before Gu Fei and Adrian had a falling out, she had already blocked the exit according to Gu Fei's instructions. Only in such a narrow space like the room could he force his opponent to wear the necklace. Gu Fei had practiced this method in the hotel last night. The lobby of the inn was about the same size as Adrian's house. As he executed his saber technique, the layers of heat waves from the baptism of fire reverberated in the room. Amidst the bright red saber light, the silver line on the blade became very eye-catching. Adrian could only dodge under the pressure of Gu Fei's blade. Fuck. Yi Xiaowu, who was admiring Gu Fei's quest besides Qinli, couldn't help but roar when he saw Gu Fei rush to the last hurdle. They had designed a necklace for Adrian that would transform once it was worn, but they didn't expect it to become a loophole. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, Yi Xiaowu wouldn't have believed that someone could prevent Adrian from wearing the necklace. Although the quest chain was measured by the completion rate of the storyline, there would usually be a high difficulty battle interspersed within. After all, battles were the main focus of the game. In Gu Fei's quest chain, the final battle with the werewolf was like the final boss of a game. In order to defeat it, having strength was obviously the easiest way. Apart from this, waiting for an opportunity to destroy the werewolf's necklace or persistently stalling for time until the necklace's effects wore off were all tricks that could be devised when one couldn't defeat the werewolf directly. However, there was no way that one wouldn't even give Adrian a chance to transform. And Gu Fei had done it without a doubt. Like this, the final boss' strength was greatly reduced. Adrian's current skill was a shrunken version of Suatu's. His speed wasn't any slower than Suatu's, and he had shrunken his attack and defense. Wait! Wait! Adrian, who was already covered in injuries, yelled. After all, he was still a boss. He wasn't killed by Gu Fei in one hit like a cowardly mortal. After taking quite a few hits, he still had the strength to jump around. Gu Fei didn't stop. What if this was a trick to make him stop and then instantly take out the necklace to transform? Do you know what you're doing? You're helping the mutated race kill your own kind. Adrian shouted as he fled. What are they? They're werewolves, savage werewolves. Gu Fei was depressed. Why was it that in the blink of an eye, it was a robot giving him a moral lesson? Let me go, and half of the treasures in my cellar will be yours. Adrian shouted. What answered him was a flash of a sword. All of it. Adrian continued to shout. What answered him was still the flash of a sword. Gu Fei didn't show any mercy. Finally, Adrian couldn't take it anymore and fell to the ground. He yelled hoarsely, "You idiot!" His hand rose and the sword fell. The world was quiet. Yi Xiaowu stared blankly at the screen. His last little trick didn't fool Gu Fei. The game designer said that when Adrian's health dropped to 1/5, he would start to bewitch the player with words. If the player thought that this was a possible quest reward and let their guard down, Adrian would take the opportunity to go to the cellar to get the treasure and escape. This was a hard rule in the game. The player couldn't change this, so Adrian would definitely disappear. Even if the final conspirator escaped, the quest would still be completed, but the completion rate would only be 80%. This guy. Yi Xiaowu muttered to himself. Since the surveillance system didn't have voice, Yi Xiaowu couldn't hear what Gu Fei said after killing Adrian. You're the idiot. If I kill you, won't the treasures in your cellar be mine? Done. Little Rain cheered after killing Adrian. Gu Fei pulled out the quest window to take a look. The quest was still there, so there was probably some follow-up work. At least, he hadn't received any EXP reward up until now. He searched Adrian's body and found a necklace in his arms. Wolf King's Tooth. Equipment effect, transform into a werewolf lord. Duration, 15 minutes. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Gu Fei excitedly picked it up and wanted to try it out, but he received a system notification. Quest item, player can't use it. This was extremely rare in the parallel world. Even if a mage couldn't wear a warrior's armor, they could wear it on their body and press them down. Gu Fei had never experienced something like this that couldn't be worn around his neck. Little Rain wanted to take a look, but Gu Fei was also forced to stop when he gave it to her. It says it's a quest item, Gu Fei said helplessly. Oh. Look through it again. Gu Fei leaned over and continued searching Adrian's corpse. Look for the key to the cellar in the back. There's a lot of money there. As expected, the key was hanging on Adrian's waist. The two excitedly went to the backyard, opened the cellar, and climbed down. There was indeed a lot of wealth, but it was all like the gold in Murphy's sack. The gold was really gold, but in the game, no one knew where to exchange it for game currency. The two looked at each other. What do we do? Little Rain asked. Can this be exchanged for money? Gu Fei asked. I don't think so. The gold in Little Rain's hands could only be exchanged for rewards when she turned in the quest, and it wasn't clear if the reward was money. A cellar full of gold, but it couldn't be exchanged for normal currency. It was an extremely painful thing. Even if they wanted to take it all away, it was impossible. Gold was extremely heavy, and even the sack from before had to be carried by Little Rain. Gu Fei could only carry it 3 steps at most. Forget it. Gu Fei sighed. Little Rain muttered, not gold, it's trash, not gold, it's trash, not gold, it's trash. Thus, the two of them left the cellar. Gu Fei took the Wolf King's Fang to the village chief and told him everything. It's all Adrian's doing. He used this thing to turn into a werewolf and intimidated the villagers into working for him. He even killed Murphy. Gu Fei kept his promise and didn't say that half of the village was werewolves. What a bad guy, the village chief said. It's all thanks to you, warrior. You've resolved a great crisis in our village. To express my gratitude. The village chief turned around and flipped through the cupboard. Gu Fei was excited. The reward was coming, and his hard work wasn't in vain. Take this robe. The village chief turned around and handed Gu Fei a robe, a mage's robe. Gu Fei was extremely disappointed. The mage's robe was just an ordinary one to hide his identity. Now, after such a hard quest chain, he was actually given a mage's robe. Wasn't this a waste? Gu Fei really hated the mage profession. He guessed that the quest rewards were based on the profession. If he was a thief, he would definitely be given a thief's cloak. Take it. The village chief said again. Little Rain was anxious, hurry up and take it, what are you doing? Gu Fei took it with a bitter face and indifferently glanced at it. The Moonlight Night robe didn't have outstanding defense, which was a common feature of mages' robes. In addition, it had plus 20 intelligence, plus 1 spell mastery, and plus 10% spell attack damage. What spell mastery? Gu Fei asked as he showed it to Little Rain. Little Rain also shook her head blankly. It either added intelligence or spell mastery. It was obviously a branded mage's robe, but for him. Gu Fei sighed. But no matter what, it was much better than a beginner's robe. Just the defense alone was already high. No matter what, it was still a piece of gold equipment. Gu Fei put it on. His whole body was pitch black, reflecting the characteristics of the Knight brand. It looks very evil. Little Rain commented. Gu Fei was helpless, but then he realized that the village chief had already given out the reward, but the Wolf King's Fang didn't take it. Gu Fei looked at it. It was still a quest item. Oh, could it be that if he showed it to the werewolves, he could exchange it for another reward? Gu Fei's hope was reignited. Chapter 67. With the Wolf King's tooth, Gu Fei went to visit the tall and mighty werewolf. I've already gotten rid of him. Gu Fei said as he handed over the Wolf King's tooth. He used this to transform into a werewolf to deceive you. The big werewolf took a look and said in surprise, Werewolf Lord, no wonder it's so powerful. Not bad, not bad. Gu Fei said. He hadn't seen how powerful the Werewolf Lord was. He had the chance to see it last night at the church, but unfortunately that guy ran away after being injured. You helped us and didn't expose our identities. We're very grateful. The big werewolf said, to avoid similar chaos, can you leave this Wolf King's tooth to us? Okay. Gu Fei confirmed. To express our gratitude. The big werewolf turned around and dug out something from under the bed. Gu Fei's heart sank. The village chief's things were kept in the cabinet, but this werewolf threw it under the bed. What could it be? When the werewolf turned around, Gu Fei's eyes lit up. The werewolf held a sword in his hand. The blade was purple, but the surface was covered with a layer of black light. From a visual point of view, it looked like an exquisite item. The werewolf handed it over and Gu Fei took it. Sword of the Dark Knight. The attributes greatly surprised Gu Fei. Not only did this sword have high physical attack, but it also had magic attack, even higher than the staff July had given him. Staffs mainly dealt magic attack, but at the same time, it would also have a symbolic physical attack. But weapons like swords, daggers, and knives would never have two symbolic magic attacks. The sword in front of him not only had magic attack, but it was also very high. Looking down, there were two more lines of data, sword coefficient 170%, magic coefficient 170%. Further down, critical chance 10%, proficiency 10%, agility plus 20, intelligence plus 20, attack speed plus 20%, skill, Dark Knight. Top quality, absolutely top quality. Even if Gu Fei was a noob when it came to games, he could tell how powerful the sword was from the additional attributes. Sword Demon's Frostbite Memories was the most powerful weapon he had ever seen. Compared to this sword, it paled in comparison. No matter how powerful Frostbite's Memories was, it was only a piece of gold equipment. On the other hand, the Nightstreak sword was a piece of purple equipment. Purple equipment was the equipment with the strongest single attribute in the parallel world. Only green equipment could surpass purple equipment. However, green-lettered equipment was a set, and one had to activate the dark attribute in order to unleash its full power. From a single point of view, it was still inferior to a purple equipment. Look! Look at my sword! Gu Fei excitedly gave the sword to Xiaoyu to admire. Ah! 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 Little Yu shouted as she watched. In the end, she asked, sword coefficient, magic coefficient, what do these mean? I don't know. Gu Fei said, but it must be very powerful. Why? Because I've never seen this word on a normal weapon. Gu Fei took out the baptism of flames and checked it again. There was absolutely no word, coefficient. That's awesome. Little Yu returned the sword to Gu Fei. I want to do this kind of quest too. There's a chance. Gu Fei patted Little Yu. The quest is done. Little Yu said as the two left the room together. Just as they walked out the door, a white light wrapped around Gu Fei. What's going on? Little Yu was so shocked that she had already pulled out her axe. Don't panic. Gu Fei hurriedly shouted. It's nothing. I just leveled up. Why would you level up for no reason? Little Yu asked. Gu Fei glanced at the system notification. Just as he stepped out of the werewolf's room, the system reported to Gu Fei, quest chain, use of Eddie, completed. 95% completion. Obtained experience and money. The experience allowed Gu Fei to directly rise to level 31. That's a lot of experience. Gu Fei was dumbfounded. The rewards of this quest chain were too generous. Including the village chief's baptism of flames, which increased the stats, it was equivalent to giving 4 pieces of equipment. He didn't think that there would be so much experience in the end. However, there wasn't much money. Gu Fei looked at his wallet. He only had 50 gold coins. How can it not be? Yi Xiaowu smiled bitterly when he saw Gu Fei's surprised expression. After completing a high-level quest chain that spans so many levels, it would be strange if he didn't have enough experience to level up once. Also, the last 2 rewards of the quest were a few attributes. Spell Mastery, Sword Coefficient, and Magic Proficiency. These were attributes that low-level players hadn't started to use in low-level equipment yet. However, Gu Fei had already obtained high-level equipment through the quest chain. Yi Xiaowu was completely speechless. What made him even more depressed was the depressed expression on Gu Fei's face when he received the Moonlight Spirit robe. At that time, Yi Xiaowu really wanted to pull out his sword and stab him to death. Fortunately, Gu Fei's attitude towards the Night Streak sword made Yi Xiaowu feel better. Let's go back. Xiao Yu said. Go back where? Cloud City. I'm Master Kong. Xiao Yu said. Wait, don't rush. Gu Fei said, it's rare for us to walk 3 hours to such a distant main city. Let's take a look around first. Don't you want to see if there are any quests here? Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. That makes sense. It's best if you can pick up a quest that requires you to return to Cloud City. That way, it won't be a waste of time. Gu Fei was eloquent. Xiao Yu nodded her head and finally decided. That's right. I've decided to stay in Luminous City for a few more days. If you want to go, you can go first. Don't wait for me. I'm a bit tired. I'll go back to the city first. Gu Fei said. The two left Luminous Village and walked towards Moonlit City. The players in the Moonlit City area were just like the leveling area. They were very tough. Just on the short journey from Luminous Village to Moonlit City, they had already seen 4 or 5 groups of people fighting. Moreover, their attacks were very vicious. They wouldn't stop until one side was dead. Gu Fei and Xiao Yu carefully walked around them, afraid that they would accidentally get involved. Gu Fei was still carrying the PK lawsuit on his back. Almost 10 hours had passed since he had gone online from Cloud City until now. There were still 20 more hours before he could clear his name. Entering the city at this time was a bit dangerous, but Gu Fei couldn't care less. This chain of quests was basically mental work. Xiao Yu didn't help much apart from doing physical work. Gu Fei racked his brain for so long. He felt that it was more tiring than fighting monsters. At this time, he only wanted to go offline and rest. After entering Moonlit Night City and bidding farewell to Little Rain, Gu Fei asked a player about the nearest safe zone to log off. Knowing that Gu Fei came from another main city, the player was shocked. After telling Gu Fei the way, he turned to ask Gu Fei and had Gu Fei explain in detail how to get there. Moonlit City can't live. It's too chaotic. There's fighting and killing all day. Even at level 30, no one is leveling. They're piking every day. Why? Gu Fei didn't understand. There's a lot of experience at level 30. Think about it. If you're at level 35 and you're stuck, then you'll lose 25 out of 29. It's a huge loss. Nowadays, people are afraid of this loss and don't dare to level. Then, they're afraid that other people will level up. Isn't it a vicious cycle? The player explained. There's such a thing. Gu Fei was dumbfounded. Sigh, there's nothing I can do. I don't dare level, so I'm grinding trade skills. Moonlit City's trade skills are quite high. If you want to make some equipment or potions, then you didn't come here for nothing. The player explained. Right, I forgot to ask you. What's the name of your city? Cloud City. Gu Fei said. Damn, Cloud City. The city with melee mages? The player cried out in surprise. Melee mage? Don't tell me you don't know. He's currently number 1 on the PK wanted list, the guy with code 27149. He's a mage, but he puts all his stats into dexterity and plays melee. A little thief was killed by him in 2 or 3 hits. Damn, this feels too good. This kind of character should come to our Moonlit City. We can definitely hold him down. Gu Fei's expression didn't change, but he was deeply moved. He thought about how he had nowhere to display his martial arts in real life. In the game, he had only used a hair from 9 oxen, yet he was able to stir up a storm and gain the respect of tens of thousands of people. Martial arts, after all, was used for combat. Only in this battlefield could it be exchanged for the greatest respect. Gu Fei was lost in thought thinking about Kung Fu, but that person was lost in thought looking at Gu Fei's clothes. Didn't you just say that the nearest safe zone is from here? Gu Fei pointed at the street in front of him. That's right. I'll go first. See you again if there's a chance. Gu Fei said goodbye to the person. Goodbye. The person nodded. Gu Fei stepped onto the street. The person watched Gu Fei's back and opened his mercenary channel. I found a fat sheep. How fat? Someone asked in the channel. A black mage robe. Have you seen it before? The person said. What attributes? I didn't appraise it. The person replied. Damn, isn't your appraisal at level 8? Damn, there's always a higher mountain. Haven't you heard? Level 8 isn't the best, the person replied. His appraisal is so high. I'm afraid he's not a small character. Can we provoke him? Don't worry. No problem. I don't know why this person came from another main city. He's alone. If we don't kill him, who else can we kill? Hurry up. He's going to the offline zone to log off. Which line is he going? C line. Damn, isn't that still far away? Then hurry up. I'll catch up. The person entered stealth mode and slowly followed behind Gu Fei. Chapter 68. Gu Fei walked alone on the street. There was no one around. Since he had nothing to do, he couldn't help but take out the Night Streak sword to admire. As a martial artist, Gu Fei didn't care much about clothes, but he had a special love for weapons. He felt that this sword was very suitable for him, and its design was also very much to his liking. Even in the real world, he had never owned a weapon that suited him so well. Just as he was enjoying himself, he suddenly heard a commotion in front of him. Then, he saw a group of people appear at the end of the street, waving weapons in their hands as they fought. As they fought, the battlefield turned from the intersection into this alley. Someone shouted, "Don't let these guys get away." Gu Fei frowned. He was lazy, so he took the shortcut that the guy who had given him directions had recommended. This wasn't a street. In fact, it was just a pitifully narrow gap between 2 rows of houses. When this group of people rushed in and started fighting, the entire alley was completely blocked. Gu Fei felt that even if he continued forward, the other side would definitely not stop and let him go over to continue fighting. Turn back. Gu Fei looked behind him. The moment he heard the sound, he immediately felt tired. He really didn't want to turn back, so he gripped the sword in his right hand and pulled out the baptism of fire in his left hand, continuing forward. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of them. Naturally, the 2 fighting parties had noticed Gu Fei. Their hands seemed to relax slightly. Gu Fei, however, seemed to not see the people fighting here. He lowered his head and walked forward. Ah! Be careful. A man on the left shouted. Just as he thrust his dagger forward, Gu Fei's men forced their way between the two of them. However, even though this person shouted to be careful, his hands did not seem to have any intention of stopping. Gu Fei didn't care about this person's attitude. As he approached, he raised the baptism of flames in his left hand and blocked the incoming attack. Then, he took a step forward and moved out of the range of the two's attacks. Ah! This time, the guy on the right screamed again. He raised his greatsword above his head and smashed it down. Gu Fei didn't dare to block this kind of heavy warrior's attack head-on. Seeing that the two people in front of him had stopped fighting, he quickly took a step forward. With a "hoo" sound, the giant sword brushed past the back of Gu Fei's head and swung down. At this moment, he extended his left and right hands simultaneously, just in time to block two attacks from his left and right. He took a step forward and dodged another pair of attacks. In the blink of an eye, he had already passed through three groups of people. Gu Fei dodged, blocked, and evaded. His pace fluctuated between fast and slow as he forcibly passed through two groups of people fighting. Putting the Dark Night Streamer and Baptism of Flames back into his pocket, Gu Fei dusted off his sleeves and stuffed his hands into his sleeves. Then, without looking back, he continued to walk to the side. There was no longer any fighting going on in the alley. The two groups of people were frozen in place. After staring at each other for a moment, everyone still hadn't figured out what had just happened. That person. He walked over. One person looked at the weapon in his hand and doubted this fact. It seems like he walked over. Another person answered this question with the same doubtful tone. How did he walk over? Another person continued to doubt. It seems like that, then, ouch. This person had been imitating Gu Fei's movements just now, and it could be considered quite lifelike. Suddenly, a pained expression appeared on his face as he held his waist. What's wrong? Everyone was shocked. I twisted my waist. This movement is extremely difficult. You guys try it, this person cried out. And so, everyone tried. In the end, half of the people couldn't do it at all. The other half twisted their waist because they used too much force. The degree of twisting depended on how much force they used. Ouch! Ouch! A group of people cried out in pain. What's going on? A figure gradually appeared out of thin air and ran over. It was the guy who had given Gu Fei directions. Because walking speed was greatly reduced in stealth mode, he could only stare at Gu Fei from afar, and the further he stared, the further he went. When he turned into this alley, he realized that there was no trace of Gu Fei. His group of brothers immediately showed themselves and ran over while babbling. That guy left? So many of you didn't stop him. This person was surprised. More than 10 brothers, and half of them seemed to be injured. Everyone's face turned red. How should they explain this? They had let Gu Fei pass without even realizing it. This injury was caused by themselves in the process of thinking about it. It was too embarrassing. What's that guy's profession? Someone tried to change the topic. Yeah. What profession? He has a very strange skill. Seeing someone else do something that they couldn't, everyone was sure that Gu Fei must have a special skill that they didn't have. That person. Is he a mage? The guide said with some guilt. I thought you couldn't identify him. Someone said. How do you know he's a mage? Didn't you see he was wearing a mage robe? The guide replied. Who said that wearing a mage robe means he's a mage? None of us think he looks like a mage. Someone said. Yes, he's not a mage. Besides, it's hard to tell if it's a mage robe. It's black. You didn't identify it, someone added. Black mage robes had indeed never appeared in the game so far. Players all thought that mages and priests were recognized as holy professions and wouldn't be dyed black. Things like black were probably reserved for rogue professions that were literally wretched. The guide stammered and didn't know what to say. In the end, he said, "If it's not a mage robe, then what's his clothes?" No one could answer, but someone added, "The sword in his hand is super cool. I've never seen it before either." "Fuck, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and chase." Someone shouted. "Hurry, hurry, hurry up. Where will he go next?" Someone took out a map. I gave him directions. "He should be like this." The guide gestured on the map. "But he's already seen us. I'm afraid he'll recognize us again," someone said. "Looks like we can't pretend it was an accident. Let's do it openly," someone said. Everyone nodded. "Mask your face," someone said. Everyone excitedly took out triangular masks from their pockets. Their expressions were very sincere. "Thank you players from Cloud City for coming up with such a good way to hide our identity. We'll be on the road to prosperity from now on," someone said solemnly. Thank you, thank you." Everyone nodded. "This is our first time using it. Be more professional. Don't let the players from Cloud City laugh at us," this person said. Everyone nodded solemnly again. "Very good." The man looked around at his brothers and took out a piece of paper from his pocket. On it was written the number 27149. "This is the first Grandmaster of our sect. Although we don't know his name or what he looks like, his glorious record of 15 PK points per day will remain forever. I hope he will bless us." After saying that, the man lit the note on fire. Everyone clasped their hands in front of their chest and silently prayed. Someone broke the silence and raised his hand. "Boss, I heard that this person didn't even pick up the dropped equipment. He doesn't seem to be in the same profession as us. Don't be so calculative. Just make do," Boss said. Everyone continued to pray. The ceremony ended. Gu Fei, who was 100 meters away, sneezed the loudest he'd ever sneezed since he entered the game. "How are you guys?" Boss asked. They all had the same posture, one hand holding a sword, the other hand on their hips. They were the ones who imitated Gu Fei's movements and twisted their bodies. "We're fine. This is our first masked mission. We definitely want to participate," they declared. "Very good," Boss nodded. "Next, everyone get ready. Mask your face." Once the boss gave the order, everyone covered their faces with a mask. "Let's go. We'll let the players of Cloud City see the masked professionals from Moonlit Night City," Boss shouted. "Let's go. Let's go." The group of bandits set off valiantly. Boss, on the other hand, frowned. Half of the group still had their hands on their hips and were twisting as they walked. It was really an eyesore. The entire group's image was ruined by them. But then he thought about it. No one would be able to recognize them if they covered their faces, so what? Masked faces were really good. They couldn't lose face even if they wanted to. Boss exclaimed in admiration. He felt even more admiration for the inventor of the mask. "Just in case, I'll put another one on." Boss put another mask on top of the mask. He was very pleased. This was definitely a trick that the inventor couldn't have thought of. The dozen of them rushed out of the alley and immediately attracted the surprised gazes of the players on the street. But it was clear that the dozen of them knew that they couldn't lose face even if they wanted to, so they ignored the gazes and continued on their path. "Who are these people?" a player asked. "Black Hand Mercenary Group," someone replied. "How do you know?" "Some of them are wearing a mercenary group badge." "I recognize them," this person said. "They're not even taking off their badge, and why are they covering their faces? Are they idiots?" Probably. The team continued to move forward. Suddenly, a player walked out from the side of the street and grabbed a masked person who was hurrying forward. "Coward. I'm here. Didn't you say you would give me 2 rolls of hemostatic bandages yesterday? Give them to me. I'm not a coward." This person's voice was calm. "I know, I called you coward savior. That word is too annoying. It's convenient, the person said. How do you know it's me? Coward savior was surprised. I recognize your equipment. By the way, what are you guys doing? The person asked. Boss. I've been exposed. Coward savior painfully said in the mercenary channel. As a member of the masked clan, you can't even hide your identity. I'm sorry, but you're not a qualified member of our mercenary group, the boss said coldly. A cruel system prompt sounded. Coward savior was kicked out of the mercenary group. Fuck. I'll kill you. Coward savior removed the mask on his face and pounced towards the player who exposed his identity. Ignore him and continue forward. The boss stopped a few hesitant players. Boss, I see him. He's in front. A player who was walking in front reported. Scatter and surround him. We can't let him enter the safe zone. If we miss this opportunity, we won't get another one. The boss ordered. Go. 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 The crowd dispersed and someone shouted. Chapter 69. Gu Fei exited the alley and walked on the street. Just as he was about to reach the offline safe zone, he suddenly sensed a strange movement beside him. He looked around and saw a silhouette flash past him and rush into the alley in front of him. The silhouette then stuck out half of its head. Its target seemed to be him. What's going on? Gu Fei turned around and looked again. The two nimble heads retreated into the wall cooperatively. Gu Fei turned around and suddenly turned around again. The two heads showed off again. Gu Fei was in pain. He couldn't find peace anywhere he went. Where there are people, there will be martial arts. As he thought about it, Gu Fei pulled out his new night streamer. While thinking about it, Gu Fei had already pulled out his new night streamer. To put it nicely, it meant that the sword was elegant and focused on technique. In reality, it also meant that the sword's practicality and lethality were inferior to the saber in actual combat. The saber was mainly used for slashing while the sword was mainly used for stabbing. It went without saying which was easier to deal damage and more powerful. Although the sword also had the ability to slash, in reality, only one side of the blade was used for slashing. On the other hand, the sword had to be double-edged, which not only increased the difficulty of making it, but also decreased the sword's resistance. Therefore, on the battlefield, the position of the sword was eventually replaced by the saber. In the end, it was more of a symbol of status. The saying that scholars carried swords and warriors carried sabers came about from this. Of course, Gu Fei's goal in learning martial arts was not to go on the battlefield. As a researcher, he had dabbled in many kinds of martial arts. The sword was the most common thing, so of course, he had learned it since he was young. There was a saying in martial arts, it's easy to change forms, but difficult to change the force. People who studied hard and fierce martial arts would often be confused when they were suddenly taught Taiji fist. It was the same for the transition between the saber and the sword. Gu Fei was regarded as a talented person by his family because of his talent in this area. He could master all kinds of fist techniques and moves since he was young. Therefore, his family had raised him as an encyclopedia of martial arts. All kinds of martial arts passed down in the family were taught to him. Among them, there were some that weren't his forte. But if there was one that Gu Fei didn't know how to do, then he didn't know how to do it after he turned 22. As for the Gu clan's sword techniques, they had some history in the world of Kung Fu. According to the elders in the family, it had been passed down years ago and had been researched and changed by several experts. The original sword manual was still kept at home, and it was said that it was a bamboo version. It was a pity that Gu Fei did not have the chance to see it. When he was learning this sword technique, his father gave him a CD and said that he should use the methods of the 21st century. As for the legendary bamboo slip version, his father said that he would have to wait until Gu Fei was in charge of the family before he had the right to see it. When Gu Fei was young and frivolous, this mysterious bamboo slip version was his dream for many years. But now that he was old, his curiosity was no longer as strong as when he was young, so it didn't matter to him. From a practical point of view, the learning effect of the bamboo slips version was definitely not as outstanding as the CD-ROM version. Otherwise, why would humans say that they were improving? The sword was already in his hand. Although the enemies who came at him didn't show up, Gu Fei still pointed the tip of the sword to the ground and made a sword salute. Then he shouted, "Come out, I've already seen you." Immediately, two masked men flashed out from behind the wall, but before they could say anything, they saw two even faster hands coming out from behind them, and with lightning speed, they were pulled back. At the same time, they reprimanded in a voice so loud that even Gu Fei could hear them, "Stupid. They were just bluffing, and you were so easily tricked." Gu Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, he felt that these people were much cuter than the non-smilers. He looked around and saw that everyone was calm. No one appeared again. The players who had been walking on the street suddenly disappeared. Those who wanted to go this way took a detour after looking from a distance. This was more professional than Cloud City. Cloud City was still at the kindergarten level, where a group of curious players would immediately surround a fight. And the players of Moonlit Night City had obviously begun to pay attention to self-protection. The street was quiet, and the wind blew the dead leaves to fall at Gu Fei's feet. This scene was like a movie, but the lines were very boring. Gu Fei said again helplessly, "I really saw you. If you don't come out, I'm leaving. I'm really leaving." Knowing where the other party was hiding, of course, he knew which road was empty. Gu Fei turned and went to an alley on the side where there was no ambush. The group was dumbfounded. He was a few steps away from entering the arranged encirclement. Why didn't he leave? Too shameless. Everyone thought in grief and indignation. As the boss, he had to be good at adjusting his state in such an awkward moment and welcome new challenges. The boss of the Black Hand mercenary group stood out without hesitation and shouted, "Wait." Gu Fei turned back, and all the guys hiding in the corners, roofs, and doors came out. The situation was a bit awkward. They originally wanted to surround Gu Fei, but now it was a standoff. Gu Fei was on one side, and everyone else was on the other. "Who are you?" Gu Fei asked as he retreated. "Black Hand mercenary group." Ouch! As soon as this person finished speaking, he was slapped by the person next to him. At the same time, the boss turned around and glared at him. It was just that it wasn't good to kick someone in the middle of a fight, so he resisted the urge to kick him out of the mercenary group. "What do you want?" Gu Fei asked. This time, no one dared to say anything. Even the boss didn't say anything. He just waved his hand, and everyone rushed towards Gu Fei. However, the game was divided into classes, and those who rushed up were all melee classes. Gu Fei glanced over and saw that they were all warriors. This was a class that Gu Fei was currently afraid of. Warriors' attacks were heavy, and they didn't dare to block it with their weapons. Warriors were wearing heavy armor, which made Gu Fei's attacks very small. Other than warriors, there were also rogues. They snuck up behind the warriors and slowly approached, thinking that Gu Fei didn't know. Of course, Gu Fei knew what was going on. It was just that he couldn't pinpoint exactly where they were. There were a few people. Because the situation was too chaotic, the mages and archers at the farthest end had already started attacking. Good coordination. Gu Fei, who had accumulated a bit of experience in the game, could tell at a glance. The archers' arrows were the fastest. Some were sniping, some were shooting. If it was an hour ago, the archers' sniping would definitely be a big challenge for Gu Fei. But now, he had the night streamer in his hand. He had just leveled up and added dexterity, so his speed went up a notch. Gu Fei dodged to the side, and then the mage threw a fireball. This thing had an automatic homing effect, so it couldn't be dodged just by twisting his body. Gu Fei madly ran a few steps before the fireball lost its direction. This won't do. Gu Fei's heart tightened. The current situation was different from when he was in Cloud City. The opponent's warriors were at the front, acting as a meat shield. If he couldn't break through their blockade and kill the mage and archer in the back, then he wouldn't have a chance in close combat. Not to mention, there were rogues lying in ambush waiting for an opportunity. At that moment, Gu Fei thought of the rag hanging on a bamboo pole in the leveling area outside of Moonlit Night City. The players here lived up to their reputation of fighting in groups. Their formation was neat and orderly, and the advantage of numbers was too obvious. I can't fight them head-on. Gu Fei thought and turned back into the alley. Ah! He ran again. Someone in the Black Hand mercenary group shouted. When they saw Gu Fei enter the alley, they thought he was going to run. Who knew that the boss would call for him to wait, and he would retreat? Looking at him now, they thought he was going to fight them to the death, but who knew he would turn around and run again? Why was he so unpredictable? Too shameless. Everyone thought. After him. The boss ordered and everyone ran into the alley. Gu Fei ran as fast as he could. He looked back and revealed a victorious smile. Running like this, the opponent's speed was different due to the way they added points. Their formation was still as clear as before, but it was a different method. With the same agility, the one running at the front was the rogues, who were willing to use swift step. If it was just a normal speed, the rogues would be slower than the archers. Behind these two classes were the mages and knights. Knights were slightly faster. In the parallel world, knights were a very balanced class. There was no absolute advantage or disadvantage in any of the attributes. This led to the fact that there was no standard for how knights added points. Those who added agility were a bit faster than the mages. Currently, the normal mages wouldn't put points into agility. After that, it was the warriors who were slower. The classes that were supposed to be the meat shields had fallen to the rear and became the backup. Gu Fei looked back as he ran. Sure enough, the rogues with swift step were amazing. They were closing in step by step. The other side cheered. They didn't think that Gu Fei would turn around to face the enemy. They only thought that he was running away. Estimating the pace of the rogues behind him, Gu Fei counted in his mind, 1, 2, 3, turn around. He suddenly stopped, turned around and slashed horizontally. This was one of the sword techniques passed down in Gu Fei's family. It was called floating cloud slash. Slashing wasn't the forte of the sword, but this technique was able to bring out the specialty of the sword. What specialty? Both sides had the characteristics of a blade. It was said that when this technique was used, it had to be like a floating cloud, making it hard to predict which side it would be used. When Gu Fei was young, he didn't understand it and thought it was quite magical. Now that he had some attainments in martial arts, he felt that this technique was a bit superfluous. He should just slash when he needed to. There was no need to use this technique to make it hard to predict which side it would be used. If there was a difference between the two edges of the sword, then this technique would have some meaning. But in reality, if the two edges of the sword were different, then it would be considered inferior. Gu Fei guessed that the person who created this technique must have been bullied by a blade, so he worked hard to make the sword do something that a blade couldn't. In any case, Gu Fei's sword was now like a floating cloud. The two rogues who were in the middle of swift step couldn't stop in time and were cut solidly. The two screamed and retreated. Gu Fei took a step forward and stabbed again. But halfway through, the sword suddenly stopped and stabbed at a less vital spot. He still had a lot of PK points on him. If he kept killing like this, when would it end? Gu Fei suddenly remembered. Chapter 70. Gu Fei had a total of 15 PK points. Up until now, he had washed away 5 points, leaving him with 10 points. There were over a dozen enemies in front of him. If he killed them all, his PK points would reach a new peak. His legend of 27,149 would be broken by 27149. This was too arrogant. Gu Fei. What made it even more unreasonable was that Gu Fei still didn't know why these people were looking for him. Just now, he didn't say anything before attacking. The online world really was too illusory. There was no need for excuses. Worried that his PK points would increase again, Gu Fei let go of the crippled thief in front of him. Darkstreak's attack was extremely high. For the current players, it wasn't something they could handle. This was especially true for thieves with low health. The one on the right had taken 2 hits. If he took another hit, he would undoubtedly die. Seeing that Gu Fei wasn't going to attack him, he immediately retreated with an ashen face. What's wrong? His companions that arrived later still didn't understand the situation. I almost died. This person said. How? Everyone was shocked. Seeing how fast Gu Fei was running, they all thought that he had added his points into agility. Seeing the sword in his hand, those with experience deduced that this person was a knight. Those that had deduced that he was a mage were rolled their eyes. But even if he was a knight, since he had added his points into agility, his damage shouldn't be so terrifying. Thinking about it like this, the problem could only be with that sword. I was scared to death. If he had used Blessing of Power, I would already be dead. The thief who only had a bit of health left felt fear in his heart. At this moment, the other thief retreated with an ashen face. Hurry, hurry, use heal. The thief roared. Unfortunately, the cleric hadn't arrived yet. Clerics were also a slow-moving class. How much health did you take out? Someone asked. What the fuck, it's all health. The thief angrily replied. Everyone looked at each other. With Gu Fei right in front of them, no one dared to go forward. Just as they were stunned, another scream came from the front. It turned out that one of the thieves had tried to sneak up on Gu Fei after entering stealth, but was quickly and cleanly cut down by Gu Fei. He was also merciful and returned with the last bit of his HP. Archers, archers. Someone seemed to have woken up from a dream and began to shout. The archers, who were slower than the swift thieves, had already arrived. However, Gu Fei had already decided not to get entangled with these guys. After knocking over a few guys who were closing in on him, he turned around and ran. Go! 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 The thieves once again shouted the command to charge. The archer began to shoot as he ran, and the arrows fell like rain. However, snipe was currently the strongest skill of the archer class, so they couldn't use it while they were moving. They could only use normal attacks. At worst, they could launch the lowest level, powerful arrow. This was just a skill with higher damage than normal attacks, so it didn't pose much of a threat to Gu Fei. Braving the hail of bullets, Gu Fei turned into another alley at the entrance of the alley ahead. Don't let him get away. The guy who rushed at the front was the one who added the most agility. He shouted for his companions to cheer him on. He was the first to appear at the intersection. With a very elegant posture, he leaped sideways and flew out like a fish. He pulled his bow diagonally and was about to shoot an arrow. The purpose of this posture was obviously not to hit Gu Fei, but to look cool. But with such a difficult maneuver, even an Olympic champion probably wouldn't know where to shoot the arrow. In the game, there was a certain system to help correct the craft of archery. After all, it would take a certain amount of time for the players to learn how to shoot, let alone shoot accurately. However, even with the system's help, it was not meant to serve the players endlessly. As soon as this guy performed such a difficult move, even the god system immediately abandoned him. Flying in the air, he drew his bow, but he could not find the target. Since the purpose was to look cool, he did not care about anything else. With a whoosh, he released the arrow. Then there was a slash in the wind. Gu Fei wielded his sword with both hands and slashed down with great force. The poor archer was only halfway through his act of looking cool. After leaping into the air, he had to do a forward roll to land perfectly. In the end, he was hit by Gu Fei's sword in the air and landed vertically with a lazy donkey roll. Too shameless. This person did not even let the other person finish his move. Duh, who is here? Gu Fei thought, you almost shot me. Stop, be careful of an ambush. A few archers came up from behind. The one in front stretched out his arms to stop the ones behind him. The one who was still rolling in the front was furious when he heard this. He was only lying down. He was not dead yet. These guys were actually going to give up on him. It was hateful that his act of looking cool had turned into a water test. Fuck, come and save me, he shouted. The people behind him were quick-witted. It was fine if they did not show their heads. The lazy donkey's rolling legs were still in the alley. A guy very nimbly dashed forward, grabbed the lazy donkey's rolling legs, and pulled him back with a whoosh. That was close. This person praised himself. He thought that if he hadn't acted in time, the lazy donkey rolling would have been beheaded. But this way, they lost the possibility of determining Gu Fei's movements. They stared at each other for a few seconds and said in unison, is he still there? No one dared to look. If the opponent was sticking close to the wall, wouldn't he be in close combat if he went out? Would a close combat archer still have a way out? Knocking an arrow, drawing the bow, and shooting required time. In gaming terms, an archer's normal attack required time to cast a skill, and it was very easy to be interrupted. Retreat, retreat, someone said in a low voice. They retreated to the other side of the wall. This way, at least they wouldn't be too close to Gu Fei. I'll shout 1, 2, 3, and we'll rush out together. This way, he won't know which one to hit, the person said. Good idea. 1, 2, 3. Go, go, go. The person shouted, trying to use his voice to injure Gu Fei. Fuck, where is he? In the long and narrow alley, Gu Fei's figure was already nowhere to be seen. There was a bit of distance between the two intersections. Gu Fei obviously didn't have enough time to turn at the next intersection. The archers stared at each other. Soon after, the other bandits also arrived. Even after careful investigation, they still couldn't find Gu Fei's whereabouts. He forcefully logged off. Someone guessed. Forcefully logging off was allowed in the game, but it was too risky, so no one dared to try it. The game had already made it clear, forcefully logging off would definitely rewind, but to what extent, no one knew. After that, the mage and the clumsy warrior were also seen. Everyone looked at the empty alley and didn't know what to do. Attention all areas, attention all areas. The mercenary group leader said in the chat, the target has mysteriously disappeared. Report immediately if you find him. The group walked along the alley and studied. Suddenly, someone shouted, Aya, he's on the roof, right? Everyone understood and looked up. The house wasn't tall, and the alley was narrow. The walls were close to each other, so it was easy to climb up with arms and legs spread apart. The guy who discovered this used his own body as an example. He climbed up the roof in 2 or 3 steps, looked around, and said, no, he might have already run far away. Don't worry, as long as he's still in Moonlit Night City, we'll definitely take him down, the leader said confidently. At this moment, the thieves who had been hit a few times began to describe how terrifying Gu Fei's sword was. He lost half his HP after 1 slash. That guy even added all his points into agility. Fuck, if he was a warrior, he would have been killed instantly with a normal attack, a player said. The leader was a warrior. When he heard that the sword was so sharp, he became even more spirited. He continuously spammed the mercenary channel and ordered all the mercenaries to move out. They had to find this guy in a black mage robe. 7 minutes later, the leader received a report that someone had seen this guy enter the offline safe zone and log off. Which offline zone? The leader asked. The Knights camp in Area A, someone replied. Take turns, we can't let this guy go, the leader said. If it was just a normal target, he probably would have given up and wouldn't have wasted any more time. But now that he knew that Gu Fei had such a sharp sword, the leader naturally wouldn't let it go. First, one person will go watch him. Everyone else, come to the 6th Night Tavern. I'll pay for all the drinks, the leader said boldly. The Black Hand mercenary group gathered at the 6th Night Tavern and waited for Gu Fei to log on. After logging off, Gu Fei prepared to take a nap. But from how Gu Fei chased after him until he logged off, it could be seen that Gu Fei was a person who couldn't keep things in his heart. At this time, he had PK points, so it was inconvenient for him to do anything. It was like a fishbone stuck in his throat and he had to get it out. After leaving the game, this feeling became stronger and stronger. Gu Fei knew that he had this problem. From a medical point of view, it was a bit of OCD. He immediately ignored it and forced himself to sleep. When Gu Fei returned to the game, the biggest change in the game was that there were a bunch of drunkards in the 6th Night Tavern. I bet this guy won't show up for another hour. A drunkard said drunkenly. Yeah. This brat, he made us wait for a day and a night. We can't let him go. This person was calculating the time in the game. As for the eyes they left in the offline area, they had also brought alcohol with them. At this time, he had already drunk too much and was squatting in the corner, dozing off. He didn't even notice Gu Fei swaggering in front of him. Staying in the offline safe area was also considered time to wash off his PK points. At this time, Gu Fei wasn't in a hurry to go out. He still had some questions to ask. Before entering the game, Gu Fei went to the official website to look up terms such as spell proficiency, sword coefficient, and spellcasting. In the end, he didn't find anything. He had no choice but to trouble Hengqian Yixiao again. Chapter 71. You there? Gu Fei asked Hengqian Yixiao. What answered him was a series of ellipses. Gu Fei answered with a question mark. You don't come to the temple for no reason. What do you want? Hengqian Yixiao asked. Sword coefficient, magic proficiency, these attributes appeared on my equipment, what do they mean? Gu Fei asked. This. Hengqian Yixiao hesitated. You can't tell me. Gu Fei said. It's not that I can't tell you, but I didn't think I'd have to talk about this so early. Hengqian Yixiao said. Then tell me. Gu Fei said. You should know, in the parallel world, there are no class restrictions for weapons, anyone can use them. Hengqian Yixiao said. Yes. Gu Fei replied. Actually, that's not the case. Hengqian Yixiao said, low-end weapons don't have much of a difference in attributes. That's why we chose to ignore this factor. But for high-end equipment, different types of weapons will have a coefficient that determines whether or not you can use the weapon to its full potential. This is what you see now, the sword coefficient and magic proficiency. How is it determined? Gu Fei asked. The way you add points to your character determines the various coefficients of your character. And different classes will naturally have the coefficient of certain weapons. For example, a mage will have the coefficient of magic, a thief will have the coefficient of a dagger, an archer will have the coefficient of a bow and crossbow, and a warrior will have the coefficient of all weapons except magic. Of course, there are higher and lower ones. In short, for high-end weapons, if your character lacks the required coefficient of the weapon, then you won't be able to use the weapon to its full potential. Hengqian Yixiao said a lot, then asked, do you understand? I see. Gu Fei suddenly understood. When he had attacked with the Night Streamer, Gu Fei had noticed that his damage hadn't reached the sword's maximum value. Because he had been relying on his kung fu to achieve this, he had thought that he hadn't grasped the timing of his attacks properly. Only now did he realize that it was the equipment itself that was causing trouble. From the looks of it, the sword coefficient and magic element weren't about increasing one's attributes, but rather equipment requirements. Hengqian Yixiao continued, as for the relationship between the number of people and the number of people, it's related to professions. It's very complicated, and I can't explain it clearly in one go. In short, he just had to refer to the general method of adding points that was in line with the characteristics of the class. As for those who add points differently, we can only look for alternative solutions. Wait. Based on this calculation, if a weapon had a high coefficient, even if it was a suitable class, wouldn't it require a very high level to equip it? Because if you don't add enough points, your own coefficient won't meet the requirements. Gu Fei said. It's not that you can't equip it, it's just that you can't use its full power. Hong Qianxiao said. Isn't that the same? Isn't this the same as adding a level requirement to the equipment? Gu Fei said. You can't say it like that. It should be said that the coefficient determines how much of the equipment's power you can use. Even if you don't reach it, a difference of 10 and 20 is still different. For example, if a sword coefficient is 200%, and your character's sword coefficient is only 180%, there's a 20% difference. In your hands, the sword's attributes will be multiplied by 80%. In other words, if your sword coefficient reaches 199%, even if it doesn't meet the requirements of the sword, it won't make much of a difference in your hands. Then how do you calculate your character's coefficient? Gu Fei asked. We're not going to announce this. We're waiting for the players to do their own research. Hong Qianxiao said. Are you doing well in Moonlit Night City? After talking about business, Hong Qianxiao began to chat with Gu Fei. What's so good about it? The atmosphere in Moonlit Night City is too bad. Just walking on the street and you're slashing people. Is there any law? Are you guys going to do anything about it? Gu Fei protested. If I'm going to do something about it, I'm going to do something about it first. You're the most wanted criminal in the entire game and you're still so free. Is there any law? Is there anyone who's going to do anything about it? Hong Qianxiao retorted. Gu Fei was speechless for a moment. After a while, he said, but you can't just slash people for no reason. You're a wanted criminal. Everyone has the right to kill you. Hong Qianxiao said. If someone slashes me, then I don't even have the right to defend myself. Gu Fei had already noticed this problem. Originally you did, but now you don't. Hong Qianxiao said. Why? Because you're a wanted criminal. Everyone has the right to kill you. Hong Qianxiao said. Take care of yourself. I protest. I'm also a player. I can't be discriminated against just because I have PK points. Gu Fei loudly protested. Then what? Should we reward you for killing more than a dozen people in a single day? Hong Qin countered with a smile. At least, give me a chance to make up for it. Gu Fei said. There is. Isn't the prison door always open for you? Hong Qianxiao said. What else can I do besides go to prison? Then you can only redeem yourself by doing something good. You can accept a quest to kill people with PK points like you. The reward for normal people is money and experience. You'll get a reward that will erase your PK points. However much PK points you kill, you'll be erased. Hong Qianxiao said. Gu Fei laughed, killing to stop killing, wrong. It's killing each other. I'm encouraging you bad people to kill each other. Hong Qianxiao said. There's still something you haven't explained. That's spell mastery. Gu Fei asked. I'll tell you next time. I have something to do, so I'm going offline. Hong Qianxiao went offline. After ending the conversation with Hong Qianxiao, Gu Fei looked around and saw a guy curled up in a corner. He looked pitiful like a little boy selling matches. He immediately took 2 steps forward and said, Brother, can I ask how to get to the place where the quest is issued? The person raised his head. His eyes were sleepy and his mouth reeked of alcohol. He mumbled, on 4th Night Street. Thanks. Then he patted the person's shoulder, Brother, if you want to sleep, go offline. Don't stay here. It's uncomfortable. It's okay. I'm waiting for someone. The person said, a man wearing a black mage robe. He's a bit handsome, but his behavior is a bit wretched. Have you seen such a person? I'm sorry. The person you're talking about, except for the last one, looks like me. Gu Fei said. Huh. The half-asleep guy tried his best to open his eyes. Only then did he see the guy in front of him talking to him. He immediately sobered up. Just as he was about to say something, Gu Fei raised his hand and drew his sword. Gu Fei took advantage of the situation and pushed the tip of the sword against his chest. After all, it was a game. If he didn't take some lives first, the sword wouldn't be a threat. Black Hand Mercenary Group? Gu Fei asked. Ah. The person was stunned. Why are you looking for me? Gu Fei asked. Rob. The person said. Rob? Gu Fei didn't understand. The person didn't say anything. Gu Fei saw that the person was staring blankly. He was probably calling for help in the chat. Gu Fei immediately put away his sword and left. Although the person was an enemy, the information he provided should be correct. On the 4th Night Street, Gu Fei exited the offline area and asked a random player for the exact direction. However, it was inevitable that he would encounter people from the Black Hand Mercenary Group. Gu Fei found a corner and took off his moonlit night robe and changed into a new mage robe. It was obvious that the other party was using this black robe as his main symbol. Gu Fei estimated that as long as he took off this black robe, the other party's impression of his appearance would become hazy. Then, he swaggered onto the street. The beginner mage robe was a rather sensitive symbol in Cloud City, but it was very common in Moonlit City. Gu Fei noticed that most of the players in Moonlit City were wearing beginner equipment. Gu Fei guessed that they might have better equipment. It was probably because PvP was too popular here and most people didn't want to lose too much if they died. As he walked, he suddenly received a message. He opened it and saw that it was Brother Yu. Damn, you're already level 31. Is there a special leveling area over there? No, I completed a chain quest and the experience reward was huge. Gu Fei said. Chain quest. Brother Yu muttered, what kind of quest? Tell me when we get back. Yeah, but now that you're level 31, it'll be much easier to hide your identity. Brother Yu said. Why? Low-level appraisal is unable to appraise high-level skills. This includes character appraisal. There aren't many level 31 players in the game, so you don't have to worry about your equipment being appraised. No one can even know your class through appraisal. Brother Yu said. I see. Gu Fei's eyes lit up, that's great. Yeah, if it weren't for the fact that you're number 27,149 in the eyes of so many people, you could swagger over to the wanted office to accept a quest. Brother Yu said. Gu Fei laughed, in Cloud City, I'm 27149. Here, I'm not. I'm preparing to go to the wanted office to accept a quest. Where are you? Brother Yu asked. Moonlit City. Through the Black Dragon Mountain Range, there's a new main city. Gu Fei said. I see. How's it over there? Brother Yu asked. Chaotic, very chaotic. The streets are full of people fighting and even robbing. Fuck, I've been robbed again. Talk to you later. Gu Fei said. Who are you? Gu Fei looked at the guy in front of him. My name is Coward Savior. I want to clear my name. I am not a coward. This person raised his arms and shouted. Another one who drank too much. Gu Fei secretly sighed. Come. Gu Fei said as he pulled out flame baptism. This was to prevent the Black Hand Mercenary Group from recognizing him from the night streamer. Gu Fei didn't know that the guy in front of him was also a member of the Black Hand Mercenary Group. Coward Savior's starry sky took a stance. Gu Fei saw it and was startled, Mantis Fist. Chapter 72. There are no cowards in Kung Fu. To be able to recognize my mantis fist, your eyesight is worthy of my praise. Savior of the coward's eyes lit up when he heard Gu Fei's words. Gu Fei was speechless. The mantis fist's stance was too vivid. What's more, the guy in front of him had done it so well. Anyone who had seen a few movies involving the mantis fist would be able to recognize it at a glance. It was really not worthy of praise. If that's the case, Gu Fei said as he stuffed the baptism of fire back into his pocket and got into a stance. Also a mantis fist. Savior of the coward was stunned, then said, "You, don't just imitate others. That's too shameless." "I'm not imitating." Gu Fei was stunned. "Not imitating? Then what are you doing?" Savior of the coward's two broken arms supported his body in front of him. His whole body swayed forward and backward. "I'm not imitating you." Gu Fei was about to explain when he heard his opponent shout, "Whatever, watch my fist." Then he rushed in front of Gu Fei and punched Gu Fei's face. "What nonsense are you doing?" Gu Fei raised his hand and slapped his fist away. "Good boy, you have some skills." Savior of the coward's agility was obviously not low. After his fist was blocked, he followed it up with another. Gu Fei paid attention to his feet and suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He bent his body to dodge the punch and at the same time, swept his leg across the ground and kicked Savior of the coward to the ground. "Do you know the mantis fist or not?" Gu Fei shouted at him. "Why not, hey?" Savior of the coward laid on the ground and even posed like a mantis. Then, with a shout, he flipped over and got into a stance again. Gu Fei took a few steps back and Savior of the coward immediately followed at full speed. "Stop!" Gu Fei shouted as he pushed his hand forward. The coward's savior stopped in his tracks and asked blankly, "What?" Gu Fei walked up to him and patted his arm, saying, "Your upper body's stance is the seven-sided mantis fist, but your lower body." Gu Fei used his foot to kick the coward's savior's calf and said, "You don't even know the 7-star steps. Have you learned the 7-sided mantis palm?" "What step?" 7-star steps. "What's that?" Gu Fei took 2 steps back and pulled out the baptism of fire. "Take it. Real Kung Fu relies on your fists." Savior of cowards clenched his fists. Gu Fei rushed up and kicked the coward's savior to the ground, stomping on him. "I'll teach you to insult Kung Fu again. How dare you insult Kung Fu again? Ah! Don't step on it anymore, or I'll get angry." The coward's savior shouted. Gu Fei was a full agility mage, and his attack power came from his weapon. Although he was stomping on the enemy with his feet, the damage was not enough to break through his defense. Although the coward's savior looked miserable, his HP did not decrease at all. "I've been angry for a long time," Gu Fei shouted. He also knew that his attacks did not do any damage, but this way he did not have to worry about accidentally stepping on the PK points on his back, so he stomped even more boldly. At the same time, he took out the night streamer. With the agility of the sword, he could stomp a few more times in a minute. "Ah!" The coward's savior shouted and suddenly reached out to grab Gu Fei's right leg. Gu Fei was startled, and then he felt a strong force rush over him. He was completely unable to resist and was thrown out. Gu Fei, who was in the air, balanced his body and landed steadily, but found that he could not use any strength at all. In this moment of surprise, he was thrown to the ground. His HP dropped by more than half in the blink of an eye. It was just a fall, but it had such high damage. Gu Fei, on the other hand, understood because he was quite familiar with this game class. Grandmaster of Combat, level 30 skill, Hug Throw. The coward's savior used this skill while he was on the ground. He probably could not use it to its full potential, but he still managed to take out more than half of Gu Fei's HP. The attack power of this skill was obviously comparable to an archer's snipe or a thief's backstab. It was a powerful skill that could instantly kill a low-level player with low HP, ha 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 ha. The coward's savior stood up and laughed with his hands on his hips. You forced me to use my ultimate skill. Now you know how powerful it is. It had to be said that even the most calm person would lose their rationality, and that was what happened to Gu Fei just now. The coward's savior's nondescript mantis fist that could even pose while lying on the ground had infuriated Gu Fei. At that time, Gu Fei's only wish was to stomp him into a cockroach. He had completely forgotten that this guy could still resist. Gu Fei slowly got up, patted the dust off his body, put his sword back into his pocket, and turned to leave. The coward savior clenched his fist and was stunned for a long time before he reacted and shouted, "Stop, where do you think you're going?" Gu Fei turned back. "I thought you really knew martial arts, so I stayed here to waste my time with you. Turns out you don't know anything. Alright, go do what you need to do." "Fuck, you're looking down on me. Watch this." The coward's savior shouted and swung a horse shooting star. Gu Fei dodged to the side, and the coward's savior turned around and threw another uppercut. Gu Fei took another step back, and the coward's savior's other leg was already flying out, but it kicked empty air. Gu Fei stepped forward and grabbed the guy's ankle that was still in midair, and pushed lightly. The coward's savior immediately lost his balance and fell to the ground, but he didn't fall too far. Gu Fei didn't have that much strength. The coward's savior was a little stunned. The uppercut and bouncing kick just now weren't the messy mantis fist that he used before. These were Grandmaster of Combat level 12 and 18 skills, respectively. In gaming terms, an uppercut would knock the opponent into the air, followed by a bouncing kick, and then followed up with a horse shooting star before the opponent landed. This was a combo unique to Grandmasters of Combat. In the end, Gu Fei seemed to have only lightly moved 2 steps before dodging it. "You know martial arts?" the coward's savior suddenly shouted. Gu Fei nodded. "Take me as your disciple," the coward's savior said. "Are you kidding me?" Gu Fei said. "If you don't take me as your disciple, I won't get up." The coward's savior lay on the ground and didn't get up, rolling around. Times were changing. Gu Fei sighed. In the past, when people begged to be apprenticed, they would kneel and not get up. Now that it was the new era, kneeling wasn't popular anymore, so they changed to rolling around on the ground. The words didn't change, though. It was still, "If you don't take me as your disciple, I won't get up. Take me as your disciple. Take me as your disciple." The coward's savior shouted as he rolled around. He suddenly looked up and saw that Gu Fei was long gone. The coward's savior stood up with a carp flip and clenched his fists. "I must be apprenticed to learn martial arts, because with martial arts, there are no cowards." At this time, Gu Fei was already 2 streets away. The coward's savior was a rare person who was passionate about martial arts, but this person had a problem with his brain. Gu Fei sighed. Rather than stay there and embarrass himself with him, it was better for him to disappear early. After asking a few more people along the way, Gu Fei finally arrived at Moonlit Night City's 4th Street. The room where the bounty quest was issued was very large, and for a town like Moonlit Night City where PvP was very popular, this place was very lively. Many players gathered here, each with their own thoughts, looking around the list and waiting. At the same time, everyone was praising the number 27149, which was still at the top of the list. Although it had already been reduced by 5 points, there was currently no one in the entire game with a PK value in the double digits. Gu Fei's PK value of 10 was still at the top. Gu Fei was very worried that some incompetent person would accept the quest. Fortunately, such an unfortunate thing did not happen. Looking at the bounty list, he chose to arrange it by area. The player at the top of Moonlit Night City had a PK value of 4, number 29527. Without hesitation, Gu Fei chose to accept the quest. The system immediately informed Gu Fei of the things to take note of when accepting the bounty quest. This quest could only accept 1 target at a time, and the quest could not be cancelled. When the target's PK value dropped to 0 or was arrested by others, the quest would automatically end. Gu Fei left the bounty quest office. Not long after, the system sent the coordinates of 29,527 to Gu Fei in the form of a message. Gu Fei perked up and ran towards the coordinates. Based on the direction of movement and the changes in coordinates, Gu Fei determined that the coordinates were within the city. 5 minutes passed, and the coordinates were sent again. Gu Fei pulled it out and was shocked. Compared to the last time, this person's coordinates had not changed at all, which meant that this guy stayed in the same place for 5 minutes. How arrogant! Gu Fei, in order to clear his PK value, he had run away. How nice was this guy? He was actually squatting in the same place without moving. Wasn't he afraid of being chased? Gu Fei felt strange and suspected that this was a trap. As he thought about it, he was already getting closer and closer to the coordinates. Looking ahead, he saw a tavern. Still drinking in a tavern? Or is there a trap inside? Gu Fei circled the tavern twice, but he did not enter. Gu Fei watched as many players casually entered and exited the building. He could see the serial number 29527, but the other party didn't know that he had accepted the quest to capture him. Thus, the theory that he had set up a trap shouldn't be valid. With this thought in mind, Gu Fei stepped into the tavern. The tavern opened by the system was a hall with many small tables. Gu Fei immediately saw 29,527 sitting at one of the tables, drinking and laughing with the people around him. The players entering and exiting the tavern only glanced at him. It was unknown if they knew that he was Moonlit City's top wanted criminal, but no one paid him any attention. What's going on? Confused, Gu Fei walked up to the bar and asked the system NPC for a drink. After taking a sip, he looked back and saw that the person was still chatting with the others. He was less than 2 meters away from him. He could reach out his arm and slash at him. Screw it. Gu Fei made up his mind. Although he felt that something was off, in order to clear his PK value, he had to go even if it was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. Gu Fei shot forward like an arrow and swung his flame baptism with all his might. 29527 was knocked to the ground on the spot. The surrounding players were in an uproar. 29527 fell to the ground with the stool. He did not resist at all. He only looked at Gu Fei in shock. What are you looking at? Were they not mentally prepared to sit here and wait to be caught? Gu Fei felt strange, but his hands did not stop. He stepped forward and slashed twice, shouting, 29527, it's you, right? Chapter 73. 29527 didn't have time to answer. He was just unlucky. The baptism of fire had a 30% chance of fire, and under the scorching heat, the guy disappeared with a puzzled expression. A white light flashed, and there was a bang. This was the signal that the guy had been sent to prison. If a player was killed by a wanted player, the dead player would be directly sent to the system's prison and wouldn't receive a death penalty. Because they were fleeing and being chased, it was like resisting arrest, so the jail time in this situation was different from the jail time of surrendering. Surrendering and going to prison would erase 1 PK point per hour, which was faster than escaping in the wild. After being chased and sent to prison, it would erase 1 PK point every 2 hours, which was the same as escaping in the wild, but losing freedom was very pitiful. 29,527 situation was 4 PK points, and he would have to go to prison for 8 hours. Not receiving a death penalty was the only consolation he had. Gu Fei had already heard the system notification, wanted quest 29527 completed. Player can go to the quest distribution center to receive the reward. Gu Fei breathed a sigh of relief. The guy's confused expression made Gu Fei's hand tremble when he chopped down the last time. He wondered if he had hit the wrong person. Now that he had the system notification, he could finally relax. Putting away the baptism of fire, Gu Fei clapped his hands and walked to the bar. He had only taken a sip of the wine he had ordered. Gu Fei planned to finish it before receiving the reward. The people at the tables around 29,527 all looked at Gu Fei in surprise. Gu Fei smiled and nodded at them. He walked to the bar, picked up his wine, and took a sip. Looking back, he saw that everyone was still looking at him. Gu Fei muttered to himself, could it be that his actions just now were too cool? He thought to himself, but still raised his glass to show courtesy. Bang! A table was kicked over by someone. The players at those tables seemed to wake up from a dream. The surprise on their faces had already turned into anger, and their anger was directed at Gu Fei. The players at the other tables clearly had a special sense of smell for PvP like the players of Moonlit Night City. They had already sensed that the atmosphere wasn't right, so they stood up and prepared to leave the tavern. Hi, Master Kong, it's you. You're here too. Gu Fei's eyes were sharp. He saw a person and immediately went forward to greet him. Master Kang's face turned pale. He quickly said, who are you? I don't know you. Am I not that person? Gu Fei said as he walked quickly toward Kang Shifu. In the blink of an eye, he was beside Kang Shifu. He put his arm around Kang Shifu's shoulder and said, why are you still standing there? Run! Big brother, you've killed me. Kang Shifu cried as he ran out, but Gu Fei was faster than him and beat him to the door. Fuck, that guy ran away. The group of people in the tavern who were glaring at each other once again seemed to have woken up from a dream as they shouted and rushed out of the tavern. Gu Fei had already run a few meters away, followed by Master Kong. A group of people rushed out of the tavern and saw them. They shouted, over there, 2 of them. Don't let a single one of them escape. Kang Shifu cried again when he heard this. He shouted at Gu Fei, why are you paying attention to me? Pretend you didn't see me. Gu Fei said apologetically, I'm sorry, I was trying to divert their attention. Who are they? Gu Fei asked as he turned around. Those people didn't seem to be fast enough to catch up to Gu Fei and Kang Shifu. They are from the Bygone Dust Guild, the biggest guild in Moonlit Night City. The person you killed is called Silver Moon, the leader of their guild. Master Kong explained bitterly, but he still couldn't forget to complain, why did you kill him when he was just fine? I'm doing a bounty quest. Gu Fei said. There are so many people on the bounty quest, why did you pick him? His PK value is 4, at most. Gu Fei said. You can't be blamed. Kang Shifu sighed as he ran, you can't see the name of this quest. You're not from here, so you don't know Silver Moon. Why do you think he dared to sit there and drink with so many PK points? Isn't it because even if someone else took this quest and saw him, they would have to go back the same way they came? How much experience and money does a bounty quest cost? If he offended the Bygone Dust Guild, would he still be able to live in Moonlit Night City? Oh. I see. Gu Fei understood. No wonder that guy was so confused when he died. It wasn't that Gu Fei didn't suspect this, but he was brave enough to challenge the impossible. Let's take 10,000 steps back. You killed him, and then you ran. You even drank, and you even greeted me. If I die because of you, how am I supposed to live? Kang Shifu cried again. It's okay. Come with me to Cloud City in 2 days. They won't chase after you, will they? Gu Fei said. Who knows? Kang Shifu said. Fuck, is there a need for that? Gu Fei was shocked. We can't understand the feelings of these PK maniacs. They're always worried about not having an excuse to PK. Now that they're being chased by Qinli, maybe they'll think it's cool. Kang Shifu said. Cool my ass. We've already lost them. Gu Fei looked back, but the group of people had already disappeared. Kang Shifu was a thief, and Gu Fei was an agility mage. Neither of them were slow. The group of people clearly didn't have such extreme agility, so they couldn't catch up to them. What do we do now? Maybe we've already been surrounded. Kang Shifu said. I'll teach you. If you change your clothes and cover your face like this, they won't be able to recognize you. Gu Fei said as he covered his face and put on the Lunar Night Spirit robe again. Cover my face. Isn't that too obvious? Kang Shifu said. No, there are many players in Moonlit Night City who are covering their faces today. Gu Fei said. He didn't say that those masked players were also going to kill him. Gu Fei was puzzled. He was such a low-key person, so why did he attract so many people to kill him? It was rare for him to get rid of a PK maniac, but he ended up getting into trouble. Of course, compared to him, that person's PK points were nothing. Kang Shifu did the same, then looked around and said, okay, let's leave Moonlit Night City and go back to Cloud City. No. Gu Fei flatly refused. Why? Gu Fei could only be honest, I'm also carrying PK points. If I go back to Cloud City, I'll be annoyed to death. I came to Moonlit Night City to seek refuge. Kang Shifu's expression couldn't be seen with his face covered. He took a few steps back and said, so you're also a PK maniac. Don't tell me you're the killer king of Cloud City. Of course not. I only have a little bit of PK points. Gu Fei lied against his will. He felt that Kang Shifu seemed to be a little too sensitive towards PK. He probably suffered quite a bit because of this, and now he was like a frightened bird. Since it's like this, I'll go to Cloud City first. I just need to go through Black Dragon Mountain Range, right? Kang Shifu said. Yes, go. Gu Fei nodded. Be careful. If there's a chance, we'll meet again in Cloud City. Kang Shifu's tone was as if he couldn't see Gu Fei anymore. After saying this, he turned around and disappeared into the street. He's still sneaking around. Then why did he need to hide his face and change clothes? He should just sneak out. This person is too careful. Gu Fei said as he turned around and left. His destination was 4th Night Street, the wanted mission office. He had just caught a murderer and hadn't received his reward yet. Gu Fei walked briskly towards the quest office. Along the way, the players he met all cast confused glances at him. Black Hand Mercenary Group. Gu Fei explained to these confused players. But everyone was still confused. Along the way, Gu Fei had spread a lot of rumors about this. He was even a bit worried for his fellows in the Black Hand Mercenary Group. He believed that if a masked man did something big in Moonlit Night City, the Black Hand Mercenary Group would be the first suspect. The mission office was just up ahead. As soon as Gu Fei turned around and showed his head, he immediately shrunk back. He saw a few familiar faces. They seemed to be the ones he had seen in the tavern before. A few of them were crouching in front of the mission office, playing with their weapons. It seemed like they already knew that Gu Fei had received a wanted mission to kill their guild leader. They also knew that he would have to come back after completing the mission and receiving his reward, so they were waiting here. What Gu Fei didn't understand was why they didn't hide in their houses, but stood outside with such obvious intentions. Could it be that the average IQ of Moonlit Night City's players was low? When their IQ was low, it was inevitable that they would use force to solve problems. For example, most animals were like this. This was somewhat similar to the atmosphere in Moonlit Night City. If they had this kind of IQ, Gu Fei felt that he wouldn't raise any suspicions even if he swaggered in with this outfit. Thinking about this, Gu Fei walked out of the alley and headed towards the mission office. His masked appearance immediately attracted a lot of attention. Black Hand Mercenary Group. Gu Fei said to the person who was looking at him. Black Hand Mercenary Group. When he reached the mission office, Gu Fei specifically said to the former Dust Guild member who was playing with a sword. Scram! The person impatiently said to Gu Fei. This was the first time in his life that he felt so happy after being scolded. Gu Fei happily entered the mission office and received his reward. The system notified him that his PK points had been washed away by 4 points. Then he received a new mission, but unfortunately, there was no more big head garlic like 29527. The remaining wanted players were all people with a PK value of 1. The surrounding players who were doing the bounty quest were all lamenting. For a town where PK was so prevalent, the PK value was so conservative. Everyone felt that it was too shameful. Gu Fei randomly chose one and walked behind everyone else. When no one was paying attention, he changed into a new mage robe and walked out of the mission office. He then said to the person playing with a sword, "I'm from Black Hand Mercenary Group." "Fuck." The person jumped up with a sword in his hand. "Are you guys done? I was the one who killed your boss." Gu Fei said word by word. He suddenly turned around and ran. "Fuck, don't let that guy get away," the person shouted. Chapter 74. Gu Fei was wrong. He was really wrong. When he saw that guy roar and countless players erupt like volcanoes from all directions, Gu Fei knew how ignorant he was to mock his opponent's intelligence. The other side had a few hotheads standing outside the door, which made Gu Fei lower his guard. If he hadn't seen such a stupid arrangement, Gu Fei might have been careful. It didn't matter if he didn't dare to enter the house, he could always find a friend to see if there were people from the Bygone Dust Guild inside. The other side was worried that this would happen, so they simply put a few idiotic guys at the door and arranged the real ambush in the dark. Seeing this kind of brazen waiting, most people would lower their guard. They would subconsciously think that everything was under control and they only needed to think of a solution. This was the case for Gu Fei. This was the first point where his judgment was wrong. And the second point was that Gu Fei, who had already changed his clothes and covered his face, shouldn't have said too much. Perhaps the other side would be suspicious of the masked Gu Fei, but before they confirmed Gu Fei's identity, they wouldn't expose the ambush. After all, they couldn't let the real guy who might be watching from the side see through them. So, at most, one or two of them would tentatively contact Gu Fei, but this was enough to alert Gu Fei. This was the flaw in their arrangement. In the end, before they could test him, Gu Fei had already announced his identity. Was there any hesitation? The other side immediately spread out their big net, and the fish, Gu Fei, had completely taken the bait. The other side was playing a psychological battle with Gu Fei, but Gu Fei looked down on the other side and was too playful. In the end, he could only suffer. Gu Fei was surrounded, and the situation wasn't looking good. However, not giving up until the very last moment was also Gu Fei's style. It seemed that because time was tight, or because they felt that he was alone, there weren't too many people on the other side. Compared to being chased by nearly 10,000 people in the clouds, this scene was still acceptable to Gu Fei. Gu Fei seized the opportunity to make the first move in order to prevent the enemy from getting any more reinforcements. He reached into his pocket and took out the night streamer. Due to the sword's coefficient, Gu Fei could not unleash the full offensive power of the Dark Moonstream sword. How much damage he could deal still needed to be calculated precisely. Gu Fei recalled his own hand feeling and estimated that it was about half. Compared to Baptism of Fire and Enchantment, the damage of this skill was slightly lower. However, at this time, facing such a worrying situation, Gu Fei needed the Dark Moonstream sword's steady damage, even if its damage was on the low side. The 30% chance that came and went from time to time was really deadly at this time. And without the Baptism of Fire's enchantment, its offensive power was not even half of the Dark Moonstream sword's. Gu Fei leaped down the flight of stairs in front of the main door of the mission distribution hall and swung his sword. One of the Gu family's ultimate skills, Fickle. From Gu Fei's point of view, he really didn't like the name of this skill. Although it was beautiful to use an idiom to name a skill, this skill gave people a sense of beauty. But in reality, this skill was a very ancient sword skill. Fickle also had to be explained in the most primitive way. It basically meant that one could see through the appearance to see the essence. From this, it could be understood that this skill was a big trick. In an instant, he drew out several swords and attacked many targets. There had to be both feints and reality. If he stabbed at the feints, he had to immediately pull back to create an illusion. If he stabbed at the real ones, he would have to stab them all. If he stabbed at the real ones, he would have to use all his strength. With such a long distance, it was very unrealistic to try and stab so many enemies in an instant. As a result, the more feints there were, the more targets he could stab at. With Gu Fei's skill in the real world, he could stab out 12 times in a set amount of time if he only used one attack and the rest were feints. At this time, due to the game's limit, Gu Fei estimated that he could stab out 6 times at most. However, if he changed his strategy slightly and didn't use a single real attack, he could stab out 2 more times. This was Gu Fei's idea. In an instant, he stabbed out 8 times towards 8 targets. Sword light flashed. This trick could even deceive people who really knew Kung Fu, so it would be easy for it to harm ordinary people. For a moment, the 8 players that had been targeted by Gu Fei all thought that the sword was about to stab into them. They hurriedly waved their weapons to block. Everyone had heard that this person was someone who had insta-killed their boss in 3 moves. He definitely couldn't be underestimated. Of course, they didn't know that their boss had stepped on 30% health 3 times in a row. Gu Fei looked at everyone's reactions and was very satisfied. As expected of a town where PvP was popular. The quality of the players was high. They knew how to block with their weapons. If this had happened in Cloud Peak City, half of the rookies would have stupidly stuck out their chests to take this blow, and then continued to smash Gu Fei with their weapons. One sword forced back 8. The effect was gratifying. Gu Fei took advantage of the opportunity to step into a gap in the crowd and raised his hand again. This time, Gu Fei attacked 6 targets. If he only relied on trickery, it would be hard to avoid being seen through. Gu Fei didn't dare to look down on his opponent's intelligence anymore. This time, he hid 1 out of the 6 swords. As for the target, it was obviously Gu Fei's favorite thief. In reality, mages had lower health than thieves. However, the ones who rushed up to get close wouldn't be mages. In terms of proximity, the thief was the weakest target. 5 feints flashed out and the target was the 6th thief. The thief nimbly swung his dagger to block. Gu Fei smiled indifferently and casually made a change. The tip of the sword trembled past the dagger and hit the opponent's head. The thief cried out. After all, being poked in the head with something was a very scary thing. Gu Fei turned his sword and used this move for the 3rd time. Previously, it was counterclockwise. This time, it was a different direction. The first sword was a real one, and the target was the poor thief. Under the maximum attack of 2 dark stream swords, the thief died on the spot. Gu Fei's PK value naturally increased by 1, but this was also within his calculations. Imagine if he only put on a show and didn't hurt or kill anyone. After a few times, how could he still be intimidating? When these players discovered that Gu Fei's swords didn't have any power, they would naturally be brave enough to charge forward. When the time came, unless he turned into Superman or Spider-Man, there was no way to stop him. Since he had already intimidated them with brute force, he couldn't relax his mental attacks either. Taking advantage of the moment a circle of people were forced back, Gu Fei swept the tip of his sword in a circle. The wind created by the tip of the sword swept up the dust on the ground and sent it flying 360 degrees. This is my sword circle. Those who enter, die. At this crucial moment, he had no choice but to show off. Gu Fei thought. As expected, the enemies were slightly shaken. They stared at Gu Fei's sword and didn't dare to move. Everyone had seen how he killed the thief in 2 strikes. Even if the thief had low HP, he hadn't used any skills. More importantly, what was this guy's class? The surrounding people frantically used identify, but they couldn't even identify a fart. At this moment, Gu Fei was feeling bitter. The other side didn't move forward for the time being because he had suppressed them. Now, with him as the center, they had formed a circle. The area of this circle was quite large, so it wasn't very likely for him to fight his way out. If the other side didn't react in time and the archers and magicians found a high point to launch an aerial attack on him, he would be completely finished. How could he get out of the circle? Gu Fei sized up the various players around him. Although no one stepped forward to challenge him, the other side didn't panic. With so many people around, what was there to panic about? It was impossible for Gu Fei to kill everyone. This was a fact that everyone knew. But no one wanted to attack rashly. In the chaotic battle, Gu Fei disregarded everything and risked his life to fight to the death. With his attacks, it was very possible that he could take 2 enemies down with him. No one wanted to become one of them, so everyone was hoping for a safe way to appear. "Archers, where are the mages?" someone shouted. Hearing that he couldn't waste any more time, Gu Fei had no choice but to take a gamble. With a loud shout, the sword flowers scattered again, but this time, the target of the real sword was a warrior. But this time, the move seemed to be a bit old. The warrior blocked with his great sword, and Gu Fei didn't have time to react. The 2 swords clashed, and Gu Fei's hand went numb. Seeing that he had blocked it, the warrior became spirited and raised his hand to follow up with a slash. Gu Fei gritted his teeth and blocked with his sword. This slash caused Gu Fei's tears to flow out. It was really sad and wronged. The difference in strength was huge. Look at this strength warrior, he was as thin as a dog. Gu Fei was forced back a few steps by this slash, but his hand didn't stay idle. He took advantage of the situation and turned around in the direction he was retreating. This move also had a name, called Inverted Shadow. It was an ingenious move that specialized in sneak attacks against enemies from behind. How could the player behind defend against such an ingenious move? He was stabbed. Seeing that his health had dropped by half, he was scared out of his wits. Gu Fei's body took advantage of the situation to turn around. His other hand pulled out a knife and slashed at the player's head. The player broke out in a cold sweat. He reached out to block the falling knife, but in the end, he caught Gu Fei's arm and blocked it. Gu Fei's other hand had already retracted his sword and was about to slash. The player had personally experienced the attack of this sword. He knew that if it came again, he would be dead for sure. In a moment of panic, he didn't dare to think too much. He threw out both his arms and shouted, "Fuck you." Gu Fei was thrown out with a whoosh, but he let out a sigh of relief. This was what he had been waiting for. Grandmaster of Combat level 30 skill, Hug Throw. He believed that the opponent was at least level 30, and that the opponent would use Hug Throw in a desperate situation like this. This time, Gu Fei's judgment was not wrong. He had already fallen out of the encirclement. Next, he had to run. Chapter 75. Gu Fei landed on the ground, got up, and looked back. The large group of people behind him had already turned around. Gu Fei couldn't care less about admiring the scene and ran for his life. The archers, mages, and other long-range attackers behind him began to show their might. Gu Fei dashed through the rain of bullets. Other than the archers sniping, he wasn't afraid of anything else. However, the accuracy of the sniping helped Gu Fei this time. As long as he dodged one arrow, this round of sniping attacks would be equivalent to dodging all of them. Everyone would accurately shoot at the same spot. The unrestrained shooting caused their own side's close combat troops to be unable to pursue. There was no such thing as a team in the parallel world without getting hurt. If the close combat troops chased after him now, they would only become the target of the archer's fire. Moreover, they didn't think there was a need to chase after him. Everyone thought that Gu Fei, who had already been hit by a hug throw, would die with just an arrow or a spell. No one expected him to be able to dodge all of them without missing a single one. "Does this person have eyes in the back of his head?" an archer couldn't help but ask when he saw Gu Fei repeatedly dodging without turning his head. He actually got away. Seeing Gu Fei getting further and further away, everyone was in disbelief. Ever since the establishment of the Bygone Dust Guild in Moonlit Night City, they had already gotten used to being arrogant and domineering. Usually, when they went out to train, they saw the Bygone Dust Guild's emblem. Other people couldn't even make way for them, let alone fight for the leveling area. Just like that, the Giant Bull Guild had suffered a huge setback today. Letting someone kill the guild leader in front of everyone's eyes, and then escaping in front of everyone's eyes. Although it was a fluke that he escaped. The people of the Bygone Dust Guild didn't know that getting close to a Grandmaster of Combat to be thrown out was also within Gu Fei's calculations. Has anyone identified his class and equipment? Seeing that there was no hope of catching up to the other party, the former vice guild leader of the Dust Guild and the second in command of this operation, Lan Yi, spoke. Lan Yi was a mage. Just now, he had mixed in with the crowd and arrogantly threw a fireball at Gu Fei. He thought that he could easily blow up Gu Fei's body into 1,000 pieces. Who knew that in the end, he could only watch as the fireball flew behind Gu Fei's but until it was extinguished. Damn, how much agility does this guy add? Lan Yi grumbled in a low voice. In a situation where he didn't know the other party's class, he couldn't figure out how to add points. Lan Yi was secretly glad that he didn't say, "Don't move, I'll do it," in time. Otherwise, he would lose a lot of face. No, we can't appraise it. Several of the guild's appraisal experts reported the vice guild leader's question. You didn't appraise it? Isn't your appraisal art already at level 10? A few appraisal experts looked at the strongest expert among them. That's right. Maybe he's also maxed out like me, but his proficiency is higher than mine. The expert of the experts said. Where did this guy come from? Lan Yi asked. He said he's from the Black Hand mercenary group. A player who had been playing with a knife outside the door and had interacted with Gu Fei said. Those idiots. Lan Yi was startled. He clearly didn't believe that there was such a powerful person in the Black Hand mercenary group. This guy is pretty stupid. The guy playing with the knife said, before he left, he purposely ran over to tell me that he was the one who killed the guild leader. If he didn't say it, we wouldn't have known. Too arrogant. We must kill him to avenge the guild leader. Everyone expressed their opinions. Lan Yi saw that the crowd was riled up and immediately gave orders in high spirits. He divided the guild members into several small teams and scattered them to every corner of Moonlit Night City. Find the people from the Black Hand mercenary group. Lan Yi ordered. Do we still need people here? Someone asked. Bullshit, we've already handed in the quest. Lan Yi said. These words undoubtedly helped Gu Fei a lot. After escaping the encirclement, Gu Fei didn't stay idle. He headed towards the coordinates of the quest that had just been given. When a person was lucky, nothing could stop them. Gu Fei had used Baptism of Fire 3 times and had a 30% success rate. When he was surrounded, he used the enemy's Embrace Throw to escape. It really was a lucky day. However, his luck clearly hadn't run out yet. After running 2 streets towards the coordinates, he saw a person running towards him in a panic. Gu Fei saw that there was no number, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. But right after, he saw another person holding a bow and arrow come out from the side of the street and chase after this person. Gu Fei looked over and was overjoyed. This person's number was his new target. He didn't know if he was still killing people or if he wanted to clear his PK points. If it was the latter, then he could only say that he was very unlucky. Gu Fei pretended to watch the fun and moved to the side. When that person passed by him, he suddenly tripped his foot. The person's reaction was fast. He quickly jumped up and wanted to jump over, but who knew that even when Gu Fei extended his leg to trip him, he still had a trick up his sleeve. Gu Fei chased after him and lifted his foot, forcefully tripping the person's foot. The person didn't fall to the ground, but he staggered. Gu Fei didn't show any mercy and chased after him with his sword. Once someone closed in, the archer's fate was already like a candle in the wind. With a bow in one hand and an arrow in the other, he was flustered and didn't know how to parry. Soon, Gu Fei's second attack arrived. The archer wanted to dodge, but he couldn't escape from Gu Fei's sword technique. He was hit again and quickly retreated to increase the distance between them. Unfortunately, this archer didn't seem to be full agility. His speed was on the same level as Gu Fei's, so he couldn't increase the distance between them in a short distance. Gu Fei caught up and attacked again. After 3 strikes, the archer was finally captured with a bang. The quest was completed, so he had to go back and hand it in. This time, Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless. He walked toward 4th Street, careful with every step. When he arrived at the entrance of the quest issuance office, he paced around for a long time, checking all the corners where he could hide. There were no ambushes. As for the quest hall, Gu Fei saw that there were many players going in and out. There was a lot of traffic, so he believed that even if there was an ambush, it wouldn't be too difficult to escape. He immediately walked in. Just like the last time, Gu Fei's mask only attracted some casual attention. Gu Fei didn't want to stay here for too long. He quickly returned the quest, received a new one, and left. Walking on the street while waiting for the quest to update his coordinates, he suddenly felt something strange behind him. Gu Fei didn't make a sound. He paid attention to his surroundings and quickened his pace. When he was almost at the intersection, he suddenly ran like crazy. He turned and rushed to the next intersection. Then, he turned again and hid behind a wall. Not long after, Gu Fei saw a skinny figure appear at the end of the street. Looking around, he realized that it was a girl. Gu Fei carefully observed the other party's attire and didn't find the emblem of the former Dust Guild. For an arrogant guild like the former Dust Guild, its members were all afraid that others wouldn't know they were members of the former Dust Guild, so they all wore their emblem in the most eye-catching place. All the people Gu Fei had seen before were like this. This person probably wasn't from the former Dust Guild. If she was, she wouldn't be alone. Gu Fei walked out from behind the wall. But he was still cautious and carried his sword behind his back. "Girl, who are you looking for?" Gu Fei asked. The girl turned around and saw Gu Fei. She grinned. "I'm looking for you." Thin. She was really too thin. Gu Fei looked at the girl and only had this feeling in his heart. He only felt that it would be satisfying to grab her and break her. "Who are you?" Gu Fei asked. "Lu Xia." The girl said. "What's Lu Xia?" Gu Fei asked. "I'm called Lu Xia, your name is quite interesting." Gu Fei said. "What about you?" Lu Xia asked. Gu Fei didn't answer and asked, "Why are you looking for me?" "To catch you." Lu Xia said. "Catch me?" Gu Fei gripped his sword even tighter. He had already thought of 7 or 8 ways to take down the opponent at this distance. 27149, isn't that you? Lu Xia smiled. A close combat mage from Cloud City. Gu Fei was shocked. He didn't know how the other party saw through him. But his face didn't change. "I don't know what you're talking about." Lu Xia smiled again. "I've already accepted the quest. In my eyes, your number 27149 is floating above your head." Gu Fei was startled. It seemed that the other party wasn't lying. So he didn't hide it anymore and directly asked, "How did you know?" "I was in the quest posting hall. I saw your PK value of 27,149 suddenly go from 10 to 6. This meant that you accepted the quest to kill a player with a PK value of 4. I happen to know that our Moonlit Night City has a guy with a PK value of 4, so I was a little suspicious that you were here. So I accepted the quest to catch you and waited there to see if you would come back to hand in the quest. In the end, you really did come back." Lu Xia said. Gu Fei sighed. Such a large number of PK points could easily expose his identity. "I wanted to follow you, but you were surrounded by players from the past world. I was about to go to the revival point to find you, but I didn't think that you would be able to escape." Lu Xia said. "I was just lucky." Gu Fei said. So I continued to watch your PK value. I thought that if there were any changes, it would mean that you had completed the quest and that you would definitely come back to hand in the quest. In the end, I waited until you did. Lu Xia said. You're too smart. Gu Fei smiled bitterly. Now you've caught me. If I don't catch you, can you do me a favor? Lu Xia blinked. What favor? Gu Fei asked. Lu Xia obviously knew that his, I won't catch you, didn't have much weight, so he said it very casually. Gu Fei naturally didn't take it too seriously, so he casually asked. Take off your mask and let me see what you look like. Lu Xia said. No. Gu Fei didn't even think about it and almost subconsciously refused. Hiding his identity had already become a habit of his. Why? Lu Xia asked. Nothing. But if you don't take off your mask, how can I treat you to a drink? Lu Xia blinked. Why do you want to treat me to a drink? Gu Fei asked. Because you didn't agree to my request, so I want to change it. Lu Xia said. Why do you want to kill that pitiful person called Non-Smiler? Lu Xia suddenly asked. I was asked by someone. Gu Fei said. Then can you also be asked by me to kill someone? Lu Xia said. No. Gu Fei refused again. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.